Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 2nd of November. Happy November to everybody. We'll start with the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Villalobos, good morning. Would you start our meeting with the roll call and also the TV coverage announcement?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'd be happy to do so. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20, at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orca areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays after 5 p.m. on CSB TV, Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Bradley. Here. Commissioner Park.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez. Here. Chair Cooney.
Here.
And for the record, Commissioner Freeney will be absent today.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. I see Mr. Wilson, our secretary, next to you, and he's ready with the projection report and the agenda status report.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. In regards to the status of the agenda today, we have 3 items on the standard agenda. The first item is the Highway 101 widening segment 4D. And then item 2 and 3 are from the Long Range Planning Division. Item 2 is ordinance amendment package that it contains child care facility amendments and other changes to the ordinances. And then the final item of the day is another item from Long Range Planning, which is a land use element update in regards to disadvantaged unincorporated communities. Staff and applicants are available on all these projects today to present and have the Commission discuss. I can move to the projection report, Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
Please do. Thank you.
Our next scheduled hearing is next Wednesday, November 9th. However, I have a recommendation today for the Commission to discuss and hopefully take an action on. We've heard as of late yesterday that one of the items is asking for continuance, which is the lot line adjustment, and then additional information has come out on the Garrity appeal, which would require staff to do further analysis for consistency review, potentially with state law changes that are coming. So on November 9th, we're actually asking the Commission to cancel that hearing, and we would renotice that. Instead of having the Commission show up to continue both items. Because we have a meeting today, we could just cancel it and we'll just renotice it. And we'll post the cancellations on the website as well as on the door so that any interested parties would be aware in advance that that meeting is canceled. And then moving down towards the end of the year now, after November 9th would have been the last hearing of November. So our next hearing would be December 7th. And on December 7th, we have the Keysite 17 Senior Housing Project. And then we also have an appeal of the cannabis project on 3450 Villa Real. And then December 14th, we have a placeholder for the item today, which is the Highway 101 widening, and then we have our holiday luncheon scheduled for December 14th. And then after December 14th, that's it for the year, and then we'll reconvene in January of 2023. And I don't have anything for January yet. I know that staff is looking forward to the new year and are already putting projects on the schedule for early in January. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Sorry to hear about the 9th being canceled. We were gearing up for an exciting meeting. But if we have a motion to cancel that meeting in conformance to the recommendation, now would be a good time to make it. Commissioner Park will.
I'll move to cancel the November 9 meeting, which is wonderful because I have my endurance ride the next day, and it will be, otherwise I would have been there in cowboy clothes and on horse, the meeting. So this is good news. And so that's my motion. I hope somebody seconds it.
I'll second.
Any discussion from the commissioners? All right, then, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? No. So it looks like it carries, Mr. Villalobos, 4-0.
Chair Cooney, I also had a question about the December, I think, 14th meeting. So that, we don't know if we'll really have anything for then or not. It just depends on whether we continue today's meeting to the 14th on that item. Am I getting it right?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, that is correct. As of right now, the only thing projected for December 14th is a placeholder for the item on the agenda for today. So if we don't continue the item today, then as of right now, there are no other items on that day, other than a exciting holiday luncheon.
Right. And is it even conceivable something could be scheduled for that date, given noticing requirements and all that at this point in time? Or is it?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Park, I'm getting information from staff live that there's a possibility that there could be something placed on that December 14th hearing date.
A Christmas surprise. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Okay. Back to the agenda then. We're going to ask for public comment at this time. We do have some speakers in the audience that might wish to address public comment on matters not on today's agenda, but in general of interest to the Planning Commission. Do we have any speakers, Mr. Villalobos?
Mr. Chair, I have not received any speaker slips here in the hearing room. We do have 2 people here on Zoom who I believe are here for our first item on our standard agenda, but as always, I'd like to extend the opportunity for them to raise their hand should they have to speak on anything not on today's agenda. And I'm not seeing any raised hands.
All right, then, thank you for asking. We will close the public comment period, general public comment, and move to Planning Commissioner informational reports. Commissioner Park.
I'd like to ramble for just a moment. A month or 2 ago, I brought up a very interesting article in Los Angeles Times about the cannabis industry and some of the problems that occurred. And since then, the Times had excellent articles about small jurisdictions and the inconsistency of permit processing. And then it had an excellent article on issues that were created for the industry that we're all living with that came from the original state legislation. And it kind of hammered home the point to me that for all the issues we have with the legal industry, the illegal cannabis industry, which has grown since we legalized cannabis, is much, much worse. And it's just something to be aware of. But I want to talk about housing because then the LA Times had an excellent article last week about sprawl. And it raised a good point that we tend to have dispersed housing in this state, but especially in Southern California and the Central Valley, we have overcrowded housing. And that's something to realize. Overcrowded housing is not just tenements, it's small houses that are full of too many people. And so it's worth tracking down this article and reading it because it sort of humanizes the housing crisis that we'll be talking about at great length. Talking about something at great length, we had our housing conference last week. I attended it, and Director Plowman was there. It was very educational. It was helpful for me because I understood some of these issues that I didn't understand before, and I'll understand the terminology when we have our actual presentation. So I would encourage other commissioners to kind of do a little homework ahead of time, and we'll have more effective hearings. I'm pleased to say that I think that by far the best speaker there on the panels was our own Jessie Steele. I think she had great composure, tremendous knowledge, was very comfortable in her skin there, and did a great job. I was really proud of her. And speaking of being proud of staff, I'm finishing, is I have heard from several different sources something that's music to my ears, and what I'm hearing them say is, well, you know, kind of sometimes staff used to be difficult to deal with, but they're so helpful lately. And I heard this specifically with regard to Mr. Siemens, Mr. Wilson and Ms. Plowman. So I think that's just a great thing. So thank you.
We have lots of other staff if you want to keep going.
I will.
97.
We're going to hear about that.
Spread it out over the year.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just tag on to that?
Sure.
I also attended the housing conference, and I had seen it for many years, but I hadn't attended. And so at Commissioner Park's encouragement, I went last week, and I saw lots of people that I've known in the profession for a long time. It was very illuminating, especially, you know, hearing the consistent story from all the agencies, you know, and I think that the county is right in the middle of the pack in terms of struggling with how you're going to show all these housing numbers. And it was interesting, and I wasn't offended at all, that a lot of people in the room were actually housing developers and not nonprofit housing developers. My table had Homes for People, or, you know, whatever, in a couple of nonprofit organizations, but it was very well attended, and I thought the sessions were very diverse and applicable to lots of different policies that we're going to have to look at. So thank you for mentioning it.
Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to make mention, and of course I forgot the two articles that I came across, but in our law profession we have this newspaper called the Daily Journal, and there are some great articles coming out in regards to both sides as to pros and cons of the lawyers who are kind of just staging what their opposition and pros and cons as to their support for the new housing ordinances coming out. And that one landmark case in, I think it's the city of Los Angeles, Superior Court, where basically they threw out all zoning ordinances and allowed a multiplex to be built on a single-family residence zoned. And I was going to bring that because it seems a lot of people are jumping on that case, and it's something to follow that I thought I'd bring to attention. I'll send the articles to everybody through email, but lot of changes and a lot of different positions there to note. Thank you.
Interesting, great contributions. Commissioners, thank you. Let's move to our director, Ms. Plowman. You have a report for us, I hope.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, good morning. Thank you. I do. A quick reminder about the planning commissioner training that's going to be on February 17th. It is in our board hearing room, and it is free to all attendees. So if you're interested, and I think the organization, the Institute for Local Government, puts on good trainings, and so I would encourage you to participate if you can. And then I wanted to talk to you a little bit about board actions yesterday. So we had several things at the board. One on the administrative agenda was our contract with Geosyntec, who's going to be helping us with the monitoring of odor in the Carpinteria Valley. So that was approved yesterday, so we're going to be moving forward with having them help us when we have issues with regard to odor, and also having them help us with the quarterly monitoring that is the condition that we've applied to those greenhouses down in the Carpinteria Valley. So hopefully this is going to help us sort of narrow down where the problems are in the area. I mean, we know there's the challenge still that they are cheek by jowl down there, but we're going to do everything we can to try and narrow it down and figure out who which growers are having the problems.
Let me just ask quickly,
Sure.
When will Syntac be on the, Geosyntec be on the job?
So that's an excellent question. And I'm working with Mr. Wilson to initiate that now that we have the contract approval. We'll be moving forward fairly quickly. I mean, we've been waiting some time for this to happen. So I would say within the month, probably, we will have them up and running.
Commissioner
Do you have
Brown?
anything you want to add to that? Okay.
Just a question in terms of how that's going to work. I mean, I know that they're helping with the quarterly reports, but does that mean that when there's a complaint filed, these guys would go out and check it faster than our enforcement, cannabis team has been able to do that in the last couple of years, or? how's it going, what is their role specifically? Is it in the field enforcement assessment or monitoring of approved permits?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Bradley, the way the contract is set up, they're going to be an extension of staff. So the first priority is to monitor the approved permits and that condition that we put on for the quarterly reports. The next step, the next layer, though, is to help us respond to complaints. So as complaints come in, it'll be filtered through staff, and then we'll use their services to help us identify the not to identify the complaints, but do further investigation into the complaint. So they have the expertise and the special skills to be able to help us dive deeper into the nature of the complaint and verify it.
And one of the key things is we want to make sure that people's odor control systems are actually functioning the way they are intended to. And I do know, anecdotally that there had been a report that in some cases they weren't quite functioning the way they were intended in terms of the mixing of EcoSorb and the cannabis. The molecules weren't mixing in the right area, and so they were making adjustments to those things. So that's the kind of thing we'll be looking at, making sure there's enough pressure in the line, that kind of thing, so that material is getting to where it needs to be.
That's such music to our ears.
Ours too. Ours too.
Yeah, those, we've been hearing from the public for months and months and months that systems aren't working
Yeah.
as advertised and as promised.
Yeah.
So it's wonderful to believe the promise that we were going to follow up and be able to do that enforcement
Yep.
in a better way.
I wish it hadn't taken quite this long, but we had a number of issues that came up that prevented us from getting to it. But here we are, so we're excited to move forward with it.
Great.
In addition, the board heard 2 appeals yesterday. They heard the Nohui Farms appeal first, and there were obviously a lot of questions that came up about how we assess water use and who's responsible for determining whether something is a well is drawing from surface water or groundwater, and so that was all laid out for the board in that the State Water Board handles that aspect of it, and it's their sole jurisdiction. There was some discussion about changing the regularity of the reporting on the wells, on the main well that's being drawn from, to make sure that they're not drawing more than what they committed to in their project description, so that the board changed that to every other month. They will be giving reports to the department to make sure that they are sticking, I think it's 26 acre-feet per year. So in the end, the board decided to deny the appeal and approve the project. So the Nohui project will be moving forward. And they'll be now moving into trying to get their business licenses. The other one was the Roots retail cannabis appeal. And the board also denied the appeal and upheld the Planning Commission's approval of that project. I should say that there was some additional information that came in between the Planning Commission hearing and the board hearing on traffic. And ATE provided a supplemental document. They were able to do some additional analysis of existing retail operations that showed that the traffic was actually substantially less than, I think it was maybe 30% less. Maybe my staff can fill me in on that, but than was anticipated by the ITE manual. Yeah, so it showed better stats with respect to potential traffic that would be generated by this use in that area.
Question on the chairs, do now.
Okay, we need
Sorry.
to move along.
I know. Just, was that for cannabis dispensaries, or was that for Santa Barbara? Or, I mean, did they do a little analysis of that kind of a storefront locally, survey data?
I'm going to turn to Mr. Seawards to see if he can fill me in a little bit. I didn't read it, so
Okay.
I didn't have a chance.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. My understanding was it was based on some Colorado data and some local data combined.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, and
And the last items that I wanted to report on were, we had the end of the time period in which non-conforming cannabis growers could be operating, and that was October 31st. So essentially, we have, I believe, and I'm gonna tell you right now, we started with 15 non-conforming grows at the beginning of this time frame that we were traveling to get to 1031. And just one second, I want to get you this data really quickly. And there were, I think, 8 or 9 growers that made it by the 1031 deadline. So they got their land use permits issued, they got clearance, and they are getting their business license. Of those 15, there are, I'm going to tell you right now. Hold on one quick second. I'm sorry, I should have had this set up for you. I think there were 2 that withdrew. Here we go. Okay. Right, okay, so we had 5 that, we had 2 that withdrew, G&B Farms and HBF withdrew, so they're not going to be growing anymore. We have 5 that did not make the 1031 deadline, and they'll be having site visits conducted to make sure they're not growing. Some have already stopped growing, but there were a few that were still in the harvesting process, so we're going to be going out to those sites to make sure that they are not growing, and then they can work towards 1231. And what the 1231 deadline is, you can still be working to get your land use permit issued, and you get clearance, meaning that you've installed all your cameras, your fencing, and all the improvements, and get a business license before 1231. And if you do not achieve that, and 1231 passes, then those growers will move to the back of the line on the business license process. So right now, they have held a spot in the business license process because they've had approved land use permits. But they will, again, move to the back of the line at 1231 if they do not make that deadline in terms of getting everything cleared so they can get their license. And then we had, let me see, 9 that made it.
And of those that didn't, they aren't permitted to grow in the next 2 months?
That's
So
correct.
They can work on their
They can work on getting
permit.
their permit issued and their business license, yeah.
Commissioner Park?
Oh, yes, I had a question about the Nahui Farms appeal. You might recall after the Planning Commission hearing that the applicant, or not applicant, I'm sorry, the appellant, Mr. Siemens, raised a question about addressing the secondary well there, not just the primary well, with regard to reporting and so forth. Did that issue that maybe we just didn't come to mind at our Planning Commission hearing, did that get resolved at the Board of Supervisors or get raised?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, it didn't get discussed in any detail. There was a lot of discussion about the use of the different wells and what was happening with the wells of the other farming families out there,
Right.
but that wasn't discussed in any great detail.
Okay. Also, Mr. Seward, I owe you an apology. I was thinking about Mr. Siemens when I tried to compliment you a moment ago, and so I used his name and not yours, but sorry. I'm just old.
Okay, so that's the end of your report.
And then I think I just have just your future items,
Okay,
which include, the house cell map on 11/29, child care ordinance amendments on 11/29. We have our building code update that is going on 11/29, and the second reading will be on 12/6. We have CREF that's going on December 6th, which is a name change. We have to change it. Yes, because we got a letter that we were infringing on the copyright of TIAA CREF. It's an investment company, yeah. So that they would notice us little people here, I thought that was interesting. A long, long time. Yeah, so we are. Yeah, right. So it is now going to be CRMF. PRIMF. Instead of enhancement, it'll be mitigation. So that's getting changed. Then we have our 5-year assessment of fees and an annual status report on the CRIMF. Well, I got to come up with a different name. I got something. And then we have our land use element amendment regarding disadvantaged communities. That's going to on the 13th of December. We have the Summerlin Association Fuel Depot sign appeal going on the 13th of December, and the Ceres cannabis appeal on the 13th. So we'll be busy the next 6 to 8 weeks. Happy to answer any questions.
Well, we've been sort of talking with you as we go, so I think our questions are done. We appreciate you filling us in on all going on at the board and otherwise. And the housing conference, the meeting that we're getting notice of, North County and South County is.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you for reminding me of that. We do have workshops coming up on the housing element. And they are the 16th and 17th of November. The 16th is in Santa Maria at the Betaravia Government Center. And the 17th is here, I believe, in this room. And so we are going to soon be releasing maps of the sites that are being considered for rezones to the public. And then we will be able to answer questions at those workshops regarding those maps, as well as outlining the housing element process for the public. I do want to emphasize that the maps that are going to be coming out have a broad range of sites. Not all of those sites are necessary to meet our RENA numbers. But we are recommending that the board build in about a 15% buffer because the way the state law is written now is if for some reason you rezone sites in your housing element and then you're in your cycle and a couple of your sites develop at lower housing numbers than you anticipated, and that brings you below your RENA numbers, you have to rezone sites mid-cycle. So just keep that in mind as you're going to be looking at these maps and seeing them. We have them broad enough so that the board can pick and choose sites, as well as having a 15% buffer so we don't run into the problem of having to rezone sites mid-cycle.
Commissioner Park.
And this is a workshop for who to attend?
The public.
Or is it whom? I don't know what it is.
General public.
Okay. And so here's a Ms. Richardson question. Are we violating the Brown Act if planning commissioners go? I mean, if I go with Laura Bridley and have lunch or something, are we violating the Brown Act? And are we supposed to not speak up? Or what's our role, if any, at these workshops? Or maybe we stay home, I don't know. You tell us.
Chair and Commissioner Park, maybe this is something we can work on offline, and I can get some more info about the workshop and potential limits and areas where you could be allowed to attend.
I'll tell you one reason I'm very interested in this. Something I saw at the housing conference is that the one last week, it seemed very much a South Coast thing. And I don't think you were there, Director Plowman, at the end when I asked some questions that related to, well, okay, if this was up in North County, what would we be talking about, and so forth. And I think in the county, we straddle both, and we deal with all. So we have kind of a different set of responsibilities and a different perspective. So I'm very curious about these workshops.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. I will add, for the benefit of Ms. Richardson, that we have received advice in the past from your office with regard to, I remember, several scoping environmental studies where the public was invited and commissioners wanted to go to those. And, you know, so there are some things we can do where you can attend, but obviously not take over the meeting. Okay. Thank you very much, Director Plowman. I hope you have a good day. We're here if you want to come in and listen to our highlight discussion of the 101 widening project coming up next. That concludes our administrative agenda. Are we ready to just get going on the housing, on the 101? Okay, so let's read that into the record. Mr. Villalobos.
The following is a hearing on the request of the State of California Department of Transportation and the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments to consider the following. Case number 21 DVP 22, case number 21 CDP 76, and the Caltrans completed environmental impact report dated August 26, 2004, revised EIR dated October 27, 2017, addendum dated June 1st, 2018, an additional addendum dated May 3rd, 2020, and an additional addendum dated May 5th, 2021, and a final addendum dated February 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. We generally, and I think today it's appropriate that we indicate any ex parte communications we've had regarding this project. Who wants to start? Commissioner Bridley.
I had a great discussion with Nicole Liu, thank you, yesterday, but I know we don't have to disclose staff. But the previous week, I had a meeting with SBCAG team that included Kirsten Ayers, Joe Irwin, Fred Luna, who's here today too, and Lauren Bianchi-Clemen at SBCAG offices. And then I'd had some, a couple conversations with Mr. Police, and that's it, when it was going through the Montecito Planning Commission, but it was very general at that time because I'm not sure that any decision had been made.
Commissioner Park.
Yes, I spoke a day or two ago with Mr. Wilbrandt, Chip Wilbrandt, about some issues. And then we did get a very nice invitation weeks and weeks ago from Lauren Bianchi about meeting with the applicant team, and I forgot to do that, so I'm sorry about that. But I know Mr. Luna always does a tremendous job in his presentations, so I figured I didn't need to meet with you personally to do that. But I probably should have. And I drove through several times looking at the facilities and thinking about things, so that's sort of a site visit.
Nothing from Commissioner Martinez. I had the benefit of attending a work session hosted by the same individuals mentioned by Commissioner Bridley, Mr. Luna of SBCAG, Lauren Clemen of SBCAG, who has a relationship beyond SBCAG with this commission and this county. Kirsten Ayers and Joe Irwin were all at that meeting, and it was very, very helpful to me. I also had a telephone call from Mr. Wilbrandt regarding a concern his clients had expressed, and he's here today. We'll hear from him later. And I think that's everybody. So with that done, we'll turn this over to our staff, Mr. Schmuckel.
Good morning, Chair Cooney and members of the commission. I'm Chris Schmuckel. I'm the planner for the project, and I'm presenting the Highway 101 widening project today. My presentation and the applicant's presentation will explain the project and the process that's led us to this hearing. So this project is part of the larger Highway 101 widening project that goes from Carpinteria to the city of Santa Barbara. Segment 4A has already been completed, and Segment 4B and 4C are currently underway. Segment 4E is in the City of Santa Barbara's jurisdiction and is the last part of this project. The project was recently reviewed at the conceptual level at the Montecito Planning Commission, where the commissioners recommended approval of the project, subject to some additional conditions, which were captured via a resolution that was included as an attachment to the staff report. The project is now before you, the County Planning Commission, for a decision. So segment 4D is approximately 1.4 miles long and begins just east of the Romero Creek Bridge and ends at the Olive Mill Road overpass. The project is located in the coastal zone and within the Montecito Community Plan area. And within the project vicinity is the Oak Creek Crossing, San Isidro Creek Crossing, and Romero Creek Crossing, which is shown on this slide. The purpose of the project is to increase the roadway capacity and reduce the peak hour travel time in order to accommodate existing and projected future traffic. Motorists on the highway currently experience traffic during peak hours, and it's expected to worsen over time. The project was designed to fit within the existing Caltrans right-of-way and will work in towards the median of the highway and out from the existing lanes to add that third lane. This is the final segment within the county's jurisdiction and has been included in the long-term planning as part of the 101 in Motion plan. So the project description, the project proposes to add a part-time continuous access high occupancy vehicle lane in both the northbound and southbound directions. This HOV lane will operate during peak periods between the hours of 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. and from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Outside of these hours, the lanes will be open to all traffic. The project also includes replacement of the existing roadway pavement with new 40-year long life concrete pavement. And in addition, the project will also improve drainage, signage, lighting, and barriers. All of the proposed project will be conducted entirely within the Caltrans right-of-way, and the project also proposes to install new median barriers, guardrails, retaining walls, and to rehabilitate the interchange ramps. The bridges over Romero Creek, San Isidro Creek, and Oak Creek will also be replaced. So this site plan shows the beginning of the proposed project. So when viewing this plan sheet, north is towards the bottom of the slide and south is towards the top of the slide. The northbound lanes move towards the right side of the slide in this diagram. And the project limits begin just before Romero Creek. And you can also see the limit of the FEMA recovery map, which is shown as a slight green line, green shading. So this site plan continues following the freeway to the west, which is farther along the northbound Highway 101 segment. The concrete barriers are shown in red, fencing is shown in yellow, and landscaping is shown in green. The San Isidro Creek Bridge in this section is also shown as the yellow shading. So this slide shows a rendering of the Highway 101 in this area going northbound with landscaping on the right and the concrete barriers on either side. The concrete barriers are consistent with other portions of the Highway 101 segments. Continuing along, this follows the freeway and includes the Oak Creek Bridge on the left part of the slide, which is proposed to be replaced. This slide also shows the locations of the north and the south segments. So the applicant is proposing to break up this project into two phases, a north and a south phase. So this is where that would occur. Guardrails are shown in teal and the overhead signs are shown in purple. So this rendering shows the 101 northbound near the Oak Creek Bridge. You can see the guardrails on either side of the bridge and also the bridge shown on the right-hand side. So this rendering is on the 101 southbound. The Miramar is on the right-hand side of the screen, on the other side of the proposed retaining wall and pedestrian barrier. Concrete barriers are shown on the left and right side of the highway with some landscaping opportunities between the barrier and the retaining wall. This slide shows the next part of the Highway 101 improvements and includes the San Isidro Road overpass. The previously approved San Isidro Road roundabout will be in this area on the lower portion of the slide, and new landscaping is shown in green, Contrasting pavement is shown in the peach colors. Here's a rendering of the 101 northbound showing the San Ysidro Road overpass with landscaping on either side. The overpass includes the timber-like barrier in tan and brown, which is consistent with other barriers along the 101. And this rendering is from the south. This rendering is from the northbound 101, viewing the San Ysidro Road overpass. So this slide continues along the 101 and includes vinyl-clad fencing in yellow, guardrails in teal, and the concrete barriers in red. And this shows the rendering of the Olive Mill Road overpass. And this is from the southbound near Olive Mill Road. So the project also includes the use of the continued temporary use of the construction support site located off of the Padaro Lane on-ramp. This batch plan is used to generate concrete to support construction of the project. All CEQA mitigation measures for the batch plant will continue to apply. Moving into policy consistencies, the project was reviewed for conformance with the comprehensive plan, the coastal land use plan, and the Montecito community plan. In this presentation, I'll highlight some of the more relevant sections of the consistency analysis. The project is consistent with visual, resource, and aesthetic policies because it's confined within the Caltrans right-of-way and incorporates mature vegetation. The project was designed to limit the alteration of landforms and to be visually compatible with the surrounding area, which includes the use of appropriate colors, textures, and materials on the bridges, overpasses, and barriers. These design elements have been refined at the Montecito Board of Architecture review and are consistent with the rest of the Highway 101 corridor improvements. The project's also consistent with the applicable biological resource policies because it includes planting of 449 replacement trees of various species, including 230 oak trees, to mitigate for the removal of 159 non-native trees, 136 oak trees, 25 specimen trees, and 5 native trees. The applicant's required to implement a tree protection plan that includes fencing, signage, and monitoring. And in addition, the project will cause a temporary impact of approximately 0.91 acres of the stream bed and 0.82 acres of temporary impact to riparian habitat as a result of the bridge improvement work. Mitigation will occur on site and will include hydroseeding, planting of native plants and trees, and removal of non-native species. Project's also consistent with applicable noise policies. Project area already exceeds 65 decibel threshold due to the existing freeway noise. The project includes noise-reducing components such as a noise-attenuating pavement surface. Noise from the proposed project is expected to only increase by 3 dBA versus the existing condition by the year 2040. And in addition, property owners that will be most impacted by the noise are eligible to receive acoustic treatment for structures on their property. Project construction also has the potential to exceed the 65 dBA threshold. Condition 11 of the conditions of approval requires noise shielding for stationary construction equipment that exceeds these thresholds. And the mitigation measures for the project require that the applicant notify the public and provide a noise contact for complaints. The project's also consistent with the transportation and circulation policies that require intersections to operate at a level of service of B or higher with limited exceptions. Many of the studied intersections are operating below the level of service B criteria and are projected to degrade further over time. The project will either improve or cause the level of service to remain unchanged for intersections in the county, and the project will reduce highway traffic congestion and intersection traffic congestion, which is consistent with the community plan policies. Project's also consistent with flood hazard policies. The project was also required to be reviewed in accordance with the requirements of County Code 15A and 15B. The project was reviewed by the County of Santa Barbara Flood Control Department in conformance with those requirements. And as proposed, the project will not cause or contribute to the flood hazards and minimizes the threat of flood potential because it adds additional capacity to Romero Creek, San Ysidro Creek, and the Oak Creek bridges. When improvements are made upstream and downstream of these creeks, the bridges will be able to accommodate the additional flow. In addition, we've received extensive public comment about the removal of the sound walls from the project. The project's located within the recovery map area that was created after the debris flow in Montecito, and as such, it's subject to its policies regarding the no rise in the floodwater surface elevations. With the sound walls incorporated into this project, the project was not able to meet this requirement, and County Flood Control staff is also here and has made themselves available in case there are questions for them. An environmental impact report was completed by Caltrans in 2014 that identified Class 1 impacts for visual resources and Class 2 impacts for biological resources, cultural resources, noise, paleontology, and water quality. In 2017, a revised EIR was completed that resulted in additional Class 1 impacts as a result of traffic impacts. Addendums were completed in 2018, 2020, 2021, and 2022 to address minor changes to the project and the affected environment. The applicant is required to comply with all mitigation measures identified in the environmental documents, and you can find those, the applicant's mitigation monitoring and reporting plan as attachment C9 to the staff report. As mentioned earlier, the Montecito Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the project, subject to additional requirements that were captured via resolution and included as an attachment to the staff report. The applicant has reviewed those comments and revised the project to try and incorporate as much of those comments as they could, and they'll describe that in more detail in their presentation. So for the recommended action, staff recommends that the commission make the required findings for approval of the project, including the CEQA findings, consider the environmental effects of the project as shown in the EIR, revised EIR, and EIR addenda prepared and certified by Caltrans, and determine that a subsequent EIR is not required, and to approve the project, case number 21 DVP 22, 21 CDP 76, subject to the conditions of approval included as attachment B1 and B2. The applicant is now prepared to provide a presentation with additional project details, and County Flood Control staff is also here to answer any flood control questions you may have. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Excellent presentation, Mr. Schmuckel. Great slides as well. Really provides an introduction. Any preliminary questions before we hear from the applicant? Commissioner Park?
Yes, I have a little series of questions regarding the sound wall and the environmental document, and I'm not sure who to ask them of. I can start with Mr. Schmuckel and maybe he can say, I don't know, and then we'll find somebody else. So if I may go ahead. And I don't think we have the environmental document in this package. It's online. It appears to me that the place that the sound walls are discussed is in Exhibit C7, which is the 1922 reevaluation, because they were part of the project description beforehand, and so there was no reason to discuss that. Am I right about that? That's where it happens, is in the...
So the sound walls were originally included, Commissioner Park through the chair, the sound walls were originally included in the environmental documents in the EIR, and then in 2022, Caltrans submitted an addenda that removed the sound walls from the project. So it's also included in that section of the environmental documents as well, and they explain which mitigation measures were changed and how the project description was changed as well.
And I recall it's about 2 pages there. It's page 28, and it goes on, ends in page 30. There's not a whole lot, but that's, you know, given we have hundreds of pages of environmental documents, I'm looking for where's the action on the sound wall. That's where it is. Okay, so that's one thing I wanted to confirm. A second, I wanted to get an idea of the timeline. So the FEMA recovery map, when's it come out?
Commissioner Park through the chair, my understanding is that the FEMA recovery map exists right now. It was created by, as a temporary measure after the Montecito debris flow happened, so that there was a current map that could be used to rebuild Montecito with people that were proposing to rebuild homes and increase the construction. However, there is an effort to update the map and have a new FEMA flood hazard map in place. And it's unclear exactly when that will be released and when staff will be able to review it and have the updated map adopted by the Board of Supervisors.
So the reason I'm asking, I'm trying to construct a simple timeline. We know we've got a environmental document, I'm going to call it the reevaluation in February 2022, and it says, hey, everybody, we've learned from flood control, can't have the sound walls, they're gone. But prior to that, there was a vote by Montecito residents to approve the sound walls, right? And I'm wondering if that vote, it must have occurred before the 2022 reevaluation. So when that vote occurred, Montecitans thought there was going to be sound walls. And then I'm wondering what is the timing of the release of the recovery map that is kind of telling us we can't have sound walls? Was that before or after the vote by Montecito residents? Anybody help me with a little simple timeline here?
Chair and Commissioner Park, I don't have the exact date of when the recovery map came out, but I did want to just mention that the applicant's presentation is going to go through the sound wall voting process and the timelines in pretty good detail. So you may get some information from that. The sound wall voting process is a Caltrans process and not a county process, and it's not a approval process. And also, the sound walls were not a CEQA mitigation in the EIR
Okay.
for noise impacts. So I think there might be some information in the applicant's presentation that might change a little bit of what your questions are. I don't know if you want to hear their presentation before.
Oh, I want to get the information I want from whoever is best to give it, as I said that earlier. So if that's going to best come from the applicant, that's fine. I'm just thinking, these residents voted on something, and they probably understood there was going to be a sound wall, and there wasn't any kind of a obstacle from the recovery plan, and now they're pretty surprised. A last thing on the environmental document, though, on the reevaluation one. Generally speaking, I'm used to an EIR format where we'll discuss certain things, biological, traffic, land use, and whatnot. And it seems to me that it always ends with an impact, I guess I call it that, where there's a discussion of local policies, and does the project violate local policies? It's kind of at the end of the discussion of these things. And I thought I would see that somewhere in these environmental documents, and I figured, well, if it's about the sound walls, and we've got sound policies in the Montecito Community Plan, where's that discussion of those policies, and are they violated or not by the project? But I didn't see anything like that in Exhibit C7, the reevaluation. Am I just missing something that's really there, or what?
Chair and Commissioner Park, as I mentioned before, and Caltrans may want to respond to this as far as their environmental document as well, there was not a noise impact found as a result of the project. So the sound walls were not in the project as a mitigation, and they're not required in order to meet county policy either. They're in, Caltrans has and that's why they can talk about this in their presentation. They have a separate process that they undertake in order to determine if they will construct sound walls as a part of a project. So there's not a violation of the local policies, and there is a discussion of that in the staff report under the consistency analysis with regard to the specific county noise policies. I know the section that you're talking about, and Caltrans may want to speak to it, but I guess the point I'm getting to is they wouldn't need to discuss non-compliance with a policy where there's not a noise impact and not a non-compliance with a county policy related to noise.
I get that, reasonable minds may disagree, and I think the Planning Commission is here to apply some discretion on things, or why go through the review process? We could all be home watching soap operas and drinking coffee or something. And so what policies apply and whether they apply or not, it's still somewhat of an open question for me, but I appreciate your comments, and I think I should reserve my questions, Commissioner Cooney. One last thing, Chair Cooney, just a question for you, is it seems to me it's going to be important to look at this Montecito Planning Commission resolution at some point. Where do you see that occurring in this process? I mean, whose presentation and when do we look at it?
I think it's, well, certainly, after we've heard all the public comment and everything, we have to do it.
Yeah.
It's an important part of our deliberations, which would occur at that time. I'd like to hear the applicant's presentation next, because I think it's going to answer a lot of the questions we all have, and hear from the public and get all that done before we hone in on the issues that are.
But we'll have some presentation from somebody on the Montecito Planning Commission resolution before we start deliberations, I hope.
Absolutely.
Good, thank you.
Okay. If you're ready to go forward, how long do you estimate your part of the project would be, Mr. Luna? I'm asking for break purposes, because I'd rather
Definitely,
not
yeah.
interrupt you, but if you're ready to go, and
We were given 20 to 25 minutes, I believe, so I think we're going to stick within that, no strict guidelines. We've, based on the excellent presentation of staff, we've consolidated our slides to focus on some key points about the project. But first of all, I want to just say good morning to Chair Cooney and the County Planning Commissioners. So it's good to be here in person and see your faces. Thank you for the comments, Commissioner Park, and the compliments, and those of you that were able to participate in our briefing on that. So hopefully that was helpful. My name is Fred Luna. I'm representing Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, but also the Highway 101 team. And so we have a number of our team members both here in the room, also on Zoom. So in the room we have Christine Anderson and Zach Zaviglia from Mark Thomas. They're our lead designers for the project. And then we have Craig Stewart from Stantec. And we have Joe Irwin from Caltrans, who of course is the project applicant, and they will be leading the project during construction. And then on Zoom, we have Kirsten Ayers, Aaron Silva, I think Lucas Marsalic, and am I missing anyone else, David? And Joe Arnold, I believe. Okay, thank you. Excuse me. Okay, so on this slide, you saw the same slide on Mr. Schmuckel's presentation, and I won't bother reiterating that. I think what we want to emphasize in particular here is that the 4D segment, or what we call the Montecito segment, is how it relates to the rest of the corridor. You saw the 5-segment corridor map that Mr. Schmuckel showed. So this is part of a larger 11-mile-long project. And so what's subject to the Planning Commission today is the Montecito segment. And to the south, you can see to the right here, is that those areas are under construction. To the north is the Santa Barbara segment, and we're in the process of getting that through the city of Santa Barbara also. And so I think what we want to emphasize today is the fact that the project team is readying ourselves and get these ready for construction and funding opportunities. And so that's happening immediately, and Mr. Irwin will be talking about that as part of the presentation. Today you'll hear about background on the 101 corridor and the corridor plan, the multimodal plan, and the current plan to implement the project in the Montecito and Santa Barbara segments. The project team will also show renderings similar to the same ones that Mr. Schmuckel showed, but we'll be focusing on the components that will be delivered and how the project will improve traffic operations and safety to reflect both, and those will have an immediate benefit when they're implemented, but they'll also reflect the community values that were gone through in the process. And so Ms. Ayers will go through the extensive public process that we had that will cover that. Okay. On this slide, well, let's see. I think the last thing we want to mention is, and you heard that as part of Mr. Schmuckel's presentation, was that we want to emphasize how the project has evolved through the CDP process and to reflect the policies, the public comments, and the Montecito PC review. And so we don't specifically have the recommendation or resolution as part of our presentation, but we would like as well to, go through that resolution. We did provide comments to staff, and so hopefully that's before you today. Specifically, the MPC had 3 meetings, as you may know, between May and August. And during that list of recommendations came along, and as you heard, we've been able to evolve the project and include, or at least respond to, how we're going to modify the project to include those recommendations. So what I'd like to emphasize here is, just as part of the background that you're going to be hearing today, is that SPCAG and Caltrans have been looking at a multimodal corridor for a number of years. 20 years, in fact, when we started the 101 in Motion effort. And that was really well before its time, statewide, where we were looking at how to solve congestion in the corridor over a long period of time. And the result of that study was that adding an HOV lane and adding rail improvements in the corridor would provide about 80% of the congestion relief benefits. And this really shows kind of a past, present, and future of where we're at with this strategy. The past being that we were developing that planning strategy years ago. The present is that many of those improvements are underway and being implemented today. And this formed the foundation of Measure A, which was passed by voters in Santa Barbara County in 2008, to fund many of these improvements. And then the future is that we're almost there. We're nearly built and out. We have 7 miles under construction and 2.5 more miles that are ready to be constructed. And there's funding opportunities on the horizon to get those done. The last thing I'd like to emphasize here is the regional nature of the project. So the Montecito segment is a little over a mile long, but it's part of an 11-mile long larger project. And even though it's part of the Santa Barbara South Coast, its regional importance is significant to both commerce, commuters, and the economy of the local South Coast. And so we should not forget, and it's in the eyes of both our state and federal partners, that making improvements here benefits the state. And so our approach for delivering this project has included using coast parallel and mitigation projects. You heard of some of those impacts that were identified by Mr. Schmuckel. Those are being implemented as separate projects. So, for instance, like the San Ysidro and Olive Mill roundabouts, they were identified as mitigation projects, but they're being implemented today. In fact, the Olive Mill roundabout will be starting construction this month. And this is also important as we seek federal, state, and funding to be matched by our Measure A funds. So I think, our federal and state partners are well aware of the importance of this corridor. And using the fact that we can leverage our local sales tax money to that is important in our success strategy for funding this project. Furthermore, and the last point I have before I hand it over to Mr. Irwin, who will talk more about this, is that we've been able to add state money to this project to also not just address the long-term congestion relief issues, but also make traffic safety improvements on the corridor that will be discussed when you hear our presentation today. So I'll hand it over to Joe.
Good morning, Mr. Irwin.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Joe Irwin. I'm the 101 Corridor Manager for Caltrans District 5, and thank you, Fred, for doing a good job at introducing this. With this slide, you've seen it a number of times, but I want to revisit this slide to emphasize one key point in here, and that's the advanced work that Fred alluded to, that we've been able to use and leverage state funding along with local funding to be able to advance some of the freeway improvements earlier than the rest of the segment. And so that advanced work is there between Olive Mill and San Ysidro Road and goes a little bit south towards the Oak Creek, Oak Creek overcrossing. There's also the remaining unfunded need that goes from Oak Creek through Romero Creek, and so that's the southern or the eastern portion of the Montecito segment. This slide is here to emphasize that there are a lot of parallel processes that are ongoing. This is a complicated corridor with a lot of different efforts going underway at the same time. Key to that is the funding applications that we're putting in. I mentioned the unfunded areas between the Oak and Romero Creek bridges. We are currently submitting and have submitted applications to fund those through SB1, a state source of funding, using other local funds to help support that application. Ongoing in parallel to that is this permitting process that we're going for the entire Montecito segment. So we're trying to get through that process right now. And concurrent with all of that is the final design that our Mark Thomas team is going through right now and getting the contract ready to go and be administered by our construction forces out in the field. So all three of those things are ongoing at the same time. And then once all three of those are concluded, we will be able to go into the next phase, which is the construction phase. And you see how they're broken up on those two. And that's to emphasize that that darker orange, the Montecito from Olive Mill to San Ysidro, that's the advanced work, that's fully funded. And so getting through the permitting process and that final design is the only thing that is holding that fully funded construction project up from being able to go. And then the orange and white shaded bar, that's the unfunded segment. So that does require the funding application and award of SB1 funds to be able to start construction on that one. So that's why those two are broken up. Wanted to highlight some of the corridor features that we're doing as a project team, and this is going up and down the 101 corridor from Carpinteria all the way through Santa Barbara. And these new components that I'm going to highlight here, the benefit is reduced maintenance. And reduced maintenance has a direct and tangible benefit for everybody that uses the corridor, because whenever we have to go out and our maintenance forces have to do work on the highway, they're taking a lane or they're taking the shoulder and the lane next to it, and that causes congestion, right? The whole purpose of this project is to reduce the congestion. So the first one we wanted to emphasize was this continuously reinforced concrete pavement, CRCP. It's a longer life, 40-year design life pavement, so our forces don't have to go out there and fix potholes or fix cracks or joints in the existing concrete pavement like they have to do today. Then it also has the other benefit of being quieter. So it has a reduced tire noise from when tires go over joints. The current concrete pavement is a series of panels, and so as tires hit that, you get that dump, the dump, the dump kind of noise. That causes a lot of the roadway noise that you hear from alongside the highway. Other features of the corridor that are going to have reduced maintenance, we're having new irrigation and smart controllers that are sensitive to the current environments and the current weather conditions. We have drought-tolerant landscaping that has been selected for the Montecito environment. So we're putting in the right kinds of plants for the right area, and then we're putting in the right kind of irrigation for those. So we're not going to be watering or spraying the sprinklers right after a rainstorm. And then finally, some upgraded drainage. We have new, larger culverts, new structures at the 3 creeks that I mentioned before, and then larger storm drains on the roadway surface. So both the roadway drainage from a rainstorm is going to be handled better than it is today, and then future flooding events will have the capacity through the highway right-of-way to be able to handle those as well. Fred mentioned some of the SHOP funds that we have committed to this project, that they're there to address some safety concerns. This is a highway that was originally built in the 1950s. So you can be safe if you assume that some of the roadway standards, our highway engineering standards, have evolved since the 1950s in those 70 years. One of those is going to be stopping sight distance. We're going to be improving drivers' ability to see ahead at stopped traffic or debris in the roadway. Exterior shoulders are going to be widened to 10 feet. This allows for disabled vehicles or emergency responders to use those shoulders in an emergency or when their vehicle is not operating correctly. Other improvements to meet new standards, we have upgraded barriers and guardrails, as well as pavement markings and signage, and then new safety ramp lighting that'll be placed at the interchanges of Olive Mill and San Ysidro. I wanted to touch briefly on the concrete mix site. The concrete mix site that's located in North Padaro, this project is utilizing the concrete mix site and would continue to use it through the 4D project of the Montecito project. And some of the reasons why is it has direct environmental benefits. We reduce truck trips by using the concrete mix site located centrally to the project. And you can see the numbers there that currently we've saved over 400,000 miles of truck trips, and we would continue to see about 200,000 more reduced miles if we were using the concrete mix site. It reduces water because the mix can be a less water intensive mix if it's located closer to the place where the concrete's going to be placed. And then equity and taxpayer savings, landscaping, being a good neighbor, all of these things are commitments that we as a project team are holding ourselves up to. And it's really a benefit for the entire community if we can locate the construction support site in the area where the construction is happening. With that, I'm going to pass it off to Ms. Ayers, who I believe is on Zoom, to go over the next slide.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you all for letting us join virtually as well as in person. This project, as Fred mentioned, has regional benefits as well as benefits for the Montecito community. And one of our biggest concerns when we started the design for this segment in particular is how to make sure the Montecito segment has benefits for the Montecito community. So one of the first things we talked about was how to design this with a semi-rural feel. And we had a lot of help. There are a number of guiding principles and documents that the community has worked on many years before the freeway project even undertook any design to make sure that the characteristics and qualities of the area were included. We also worked with our team and then had an extensive design review process with over 30 hours of work, over 7 months of meetings with members from the Montecito Planning Commission, the Montecito Board of Architectural Review, as well as a member from the Montecito Association and the Coast Village Association to act as sort of a first test group on these design elements. And then we took them out into the community to make sure that we were hitting the mark with community members in Montecito as well. And in order to achieve that semi-rural feel, we use drought-tolerant landscaping and visual improvements, and we really put the emphasis more on the landscaping rather than the hardscaping, which is a challenge because we're building a freeway. But faced with all of the support and the comments we received throughout the design process, we think we've achieved a Montecito-style freeway segment. We also want to make sure that the efforts that we're putting into this freeway work regionally for the freeway itself, but locally for the local roads. And by doing that, what I mean is that by freeing up congestion on the freeway, we get back to that right road, right trip scenario where people who are moving regionally through the area use the freeway. People who are traveling through Montecito use North Jameson or East Valley, and people who are residents use the local lanes just for their residential streets, rather than having congestion spill off the freeway and crowd the local lanes as well. We want to do this by maintaining freeway boundaries. Caltrans and SBCAG heard very clearly from the community after the 1990s that the community did not want the freeway to spill out on a private property. And so the entire freeway is designed within the local right-of-way. That makes it extra challenging, but you'll see that this entire project does fit within that. And then as Joe mentioned, we want to update those 1950s connections, both from Montecito to the freeway and from the freeway to Montecito. So that means easing up those merges from the on and off ramps and making it easier to access the whole area for everyone. And I know Commissioner Park, you mentioned wanting to go through some of the feedback we got from the Montecito Planning Commission. I'm going to turn it over to Zach Sevilla, who leads our design team for the project. And as he goes through the renderings that you've already seen, he's going to bring up some of the key points where the project has also been altered based on the feedback we've gotten from the Montecito Planning Commission. So Zach, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks, Kirsten. Good morning. I'm Zach Sevilla with Mark Thomas. I am the design lead for this segment of the freeway. A lot of what we're going to walk through has been shared by Mr. Schmuckel during his staff report, but I do want to highlight some of the features that are included with the project and some of those changes that we heard coming out of the Montecito Planning Commission. So this rendering was previously shared during staff's presentation. One thing I did want to highlight is, in addition to the added HOV lane. This rendering also includes those safety barriers for those safety improvements along the median of the freeway, but then also along the outside of the freeway. And one of the things that we heard just through discussions is, regarding these solid concrete barriers, I do want to highlight that the reason why along this segment we can have the solid concrete barrier along the outside of the freeway is because the freeway is actually depressed, meaning it's lower than the adjacent frontage road. So even though this area is within the recovery mapping that was shown by that green line, because the freeway is depressed, that barrier actually acts as a retaining barrier. So any floodwaters would come over North Jameson onto the freeway. So this does not impede any of the flood conditions that were mentioned earlier. Another thing to highlight is, again, all of the landscaping was chosen to be drought tolerant, to be native materials, so that it is more in line with the type of planting that we would expect in this area. Moving further north, this is looking again at the Romero Creek structure. And so one of the things I just wanted to highlight here is in this location, we're not allowed to have the solid concrete barriers. And that's because in this location, during heavy rain events and those storm events, the flow actually comes over the freeway, and we need to have that capacity over the freeway. So those open barriers that you see are to allow those floodwaters to pass over the freeway without having an impact upstream. As Mr. Irwin mentioned, the bridges are being upsized with the project, but until the adjacent improvements are made upstream and downstream, we'll continue to see the floodwaters flow over the freeway at this location. As we continue to move north, this is looking at the San Ysidro overcrossing. One thing I wanted to highlight here is the tree planting that was identified as mitigation. A lot of that occurs at these interchanges because this is the area along the corridor where we do have sufficient space. So you'll see the larger trees represented in these renderings. So most of those 36-inch box trees are going to be planted in these locations where we have the additional width between the freeway and the adjacent ramps. And then also included, as was mentioned previously, was the reconstruction of the barrier along the overcrossing there, and that's going to be a consistent theme that's present throughout the rest of the project. So we continue to move our way north. Now we're sitting just south of the Olive Mill overcrossing, that southbound on-ramp to the freeway. Again, similar thing to highlight here is that a lot of the mitigation planting occurs in these locations because we do have that width to do so. The colors and the themes that were mentioned previously with the median barrier were chosen to be a unifying element that's consistent throughout the 4B, 4C, and 4D segments. And those were things that were discussed with the design review team as we were going through the preparation for the project. One other thing that we wanted to highlight too is that along the outside of the freeway, you see that metal beam guardrail, that is going to be stained. So it's not going to be that traditional galvanized steel that is present elsewhere. I think you've seen some of this if you've driven through the corridor recently in the 4A segment, that it helps it blend in better with the adjacent landscaping. So now we're going to turn around and head southbound, take a look at the corridor just in a little different perspective. Again, this is we're sitting just south of that Olive Mill southbound on-ramp looking in the southbound direction. Same type of thing here. You can see where there's room for additional tree planting. I do want to mention that there are setback requirements that we do have to work within. So trees cannot be within, say, 20 feet of the freeway, and that's to allow for maintenance, to have enough space to maintain those trees and to provide enough sight distance for vehicles traveling along the freeway. Along the other side of the freeway, it's a little hard to see in this graphic, but as Kirsten mentioned, one of the elements that was included with the project to help with the merging on and off the freeway was the addition of auxiliary lanes. And auxiliary lanes are just lanes that connect an on-ramp to an off-ramp. So in this location, those that are familiar with it, there's a very short currently merge to get on and to get off the freeway. So with those auxiliary lanes, it'll help improve that merge between those two ramps. So it helps alleviate congestion, but also improve safety along the corridor. This rendering, again, we're looking south. We're just south of the San Ysidro overcrossing. The Miramar Hotel is just off to the right. This is one area where we did receive feedback from Montecito Planning Commission, and it was specifically related to that barrier that's sitting on the right side of the screen, just on top of that retaining wall. Montecito Planning Commission asked that we evaluate a different type of barrier. It was previously shown as a solid concrete barrier, very similar to what's shown on the freeway side down adjacent to the main line. And following their comments, we did replace that with that open style barrier. And it does make quite a bit of a difference from what was shown before, so definitely a good comment, and glad we could make that change. As we just look at other improvements, so all of those perspectives were taken from the freeway. We also want to take a look at the project from the local roadside. So this rendering is looking along North Jameson, looking in the northbound direction, roughly in between San Ysidro and Olive Mill. And this was something that was discussed with Montecito Planning Commission early on as we were going through the project review. And that was specifically related to that retaining wall that's shown on the left side of the screen there. The goal was to try to have planting along that retaining wall. Previously, we did not have that there. And one of the ways we were able to incorporate that was to look at some design changes along the freeway. So that freed up just enough space there to get some ground plane planting and then also allow vines to grow up on that wall. So this next image, this is looking along South Jameson, looking northbound. So we're in between, again, San Ysidro and then Olive Mill would be further off in the distance. And what we wanted to highlight with this rendering is that there are additional trees that would be planted here as well. So a lot of those trees that you see there would be, again, those 36-inch box trees that we mentioned for mitigation. One other thing that I wanted to quickly go through is just the sound walls that were discussed and why those sound walls ultimately were removed from the project. So previously, what was shown for the sound walls is in those dashed blue lines that you see between the roundabouts along the northbound side of the freeway and then along the southbound side of the freeway, and then further along North Jameson, extending down to the Romero Creek structure. So when we overlaid the project with the recovery mapping, you see that area completely covers the project corridor, and that was shown as that green line that Mr. Schmuckel showed earlier. So it completely covers the project vicinity, and all of the sound walls were within that area, save one location. I'm not even sure if this is going to work. Right there, that was the only location that was not within the recovery mapping. So as we mentioned, the sound walls were considered abatement. They are not considered mitigation measures, as Ms. Liu mentioned. However, there are additional severe receptors, quote unquote, within the project corridor, and these are properties that have an existing noise level of 75 decibels or higher. So there are 11 property owners within the project corridor that count as severe receptors, and all of those owners are entitled to additional remediation with their properties. So those are agreements that are being made outside. I do also want to highlight that the project includes that long life pavement, that continuously reinforced concrete pavement. And what we found over last several years of constructing this pavement is that it does result in a lower noise level from the new pavement. So it's roughly equivalent to say a 3 to 5 decibel reduction because of not including those joints that Mr. Irwin mentioned. And so the other thing that's included with that continuously reinforced concrete pavement is a new type of grind on the concrete surface. So we need to have a certain amount of friction in order for vehicles to stop. And so what's been implemented over time is a new type of grind that actually results in lower noise along the concrete as well. Okay. And to close us out, I'm going to pass it back over to Kirsten Ayers, who's on Zoom. It's a little harder when there's people in the room and not in the room.
You're doing great.
So there we go. Kirsten, if you're there, I'll let you take it from here.
Thanks, Zach. Zach, can you go back a couple of slides to the maps? I wanted to highlight for Commissioner Park the process. So go back one more slide. So commissioners, you had mentioned wanting to hear the sound wall process and how the timeline works out for the sound walls. So originally, when the project was in development, as you can see here, this was the project map with the sound walls as proposed. There's a 7-step process that Caltrans administers as part of the federal guidelines for sound walls, which means how a freeway project can use money or not use money for sound walls. So this map shows you the process through the first 6 steps, meaning that we had checked with the FEMA requirements, the CEQA requirements, the California Environmental Quality Act requirements, and then we had also made sure that we checked with the local neighbors that would benefit from sound wall. So this is where that sound wall voting occurred when we were at this stage in the process. So that stages 1 through 6, and they're more complicated. I can go into details if you'd like during the question and answers. But basically that got us through the first 6 steps. And then the last step in the process is to make sure the sound walls comply with the coastal development permit process. So the project team applied for the permit, submitted the application. The feedback that came back included the requirement that the sound walls would need to create a no-rise situation for the special flood hazard areas based on the recovery mapping adopted by the county. So if you go to the next slide, that's when we analyze the sound walls against the recovery mapping. The light blue area shows you that special flood hazard area. Unfortunately, all of the walls created a rise, as Zach mentioned. And so, except for that tiny little area that you see in tan, but that tiny little area, if we reduce the wall to that small segment on the south side of the freeway, would not meet the federal requirements for cost reasonableness. So we couldn't just build one tiny section of sound wall. So that gives you a brief timeline of the sound wall process. If you want to skip ahead 2 slides, please. I wanted to hit on a couple of the additional comments we got from the Montecito Planning Commission, because I know that was another area that you highlighted, Commissioner Park. One of the comments we received was, please make sure that these projects all work cohesively together, not only the freeway projects, but the local street improvement projects. And one of the specific requests was to make sure that the Olive Mill roundabout began construction before the freeway improvement. So we've got 3 key projects in Montecito. The Olive Mill roundabout, as Fred mentioned, starts later this month. Then the San Ysidro roundabout starts in the spring, and then the Montecito freeway segment starts in the summer. And the Olive Mill roundabout will be mostly functional by the time the San Ysidro roundabout starts construction. We did inform the Montecito Planning Commission, and they agreed that the San Ysidro roundabout and the Montecito segment both utilize similar closures, mainly the northbound off-ramp and on-ramp at San Ysidro. So having those projects overlap is helpful for the community because we can get efficiencies with the closures to build 2 projects rather than separate them out and have duplicative closures. Next slide. So this is the timeline that shows you how those projects will work together. As I mentioned, the Olive Mill roundabout will start later this month and will go into the summer. It will be functional by the time we start the San Ysidro roundabout in the spring. The San Ysidro roundabout will take longer to build, so it will go through the end of 2023. And then you'll see that the highway improvements will start in the summer. They're offset a little bit based on that funding that Joe talked about, and they'll run through 2026. Next slide. There are a couple of elements that also we highlighted for the Montecito Planning Commission. We wanted to highlight for you as well, and these are important for the community. We have a number of transportation demand management programs. These are programs to help reduce congestion while we're in construction. One of them is the Freeway Service Patrol. This is a rotating tow truck service that is out there at the AM peak periods and the afternoon peak periods. So if there's an accident, we can get it off the freeway as quickly as possible. They're already on site. We work closely with the California Highway Patrol. We actually pay for extra patrols from the CHP. So we're very close in partnership. And we also have them out at key construction times as well. We have advanced traffic monitoring and signs. You've seen these in the area that tell people where traffic is stopped, a mile or two, and sometimes 4 miles ahead, so people are aware that they need to slow down. We have incident management, and what that means is our team looks at situations that occur on the freeway, and we make sure we can adjust as needed if we need to physically move things or review situations to make it better. We meet with the first responders in the area consistently. We've been meeting with them for a number of years since we've been in construction and Carpinteria since 2016. As we move north with this project, we continue to meet with first responders. We've already had pre-construction meetings with Montecito Fire, the Sheriff's Office, the CHP, and many others in the area, including AMR, the ambulance service, and the county emergency Office of Emergency Services as well, so that everybody's on the same page before construction and during construction. We also meet with MTD, and we have transportation demand management components built in to try to reduce traffic at those peak periods. And then we have an extensive public information campaign, and this includes, if you want to go to the next slide, this includes a wide variety of public outreach. So we have extensive public meetings. We've been meeting with the Montecito community for many years now, both with the Montecito Association, the Coast Village Association, homeowners groups, and individuals. We have public community meetings as well. We send out construction updates every 2 weeks. These include closures, maps, photos, progress information, descriptions of work going on, and what to expect. We work very closely with the local media as well to make sure that they know about upcoming closures and openings and give people a heads up about what's happening in the next couple of weeks. We send out extensive overview guides. These actually just hit over the next few days from Carpinteria all the way up to Santa Barbara with information on this project, as well as the Olive Mill Roundabout, the San Ysidro Roundabout, and progress from Carpinteria all the way to Santa Barbara. We walk to local businesses to let them know what's coming up and what to expect and how to plan ahead for the construction. We have milestone events. These are where we get together with the local media to make sure people are paying attention and know what's happening when we're starting a new segment or we're finishing a project. And then at all times, we have information, extensive information on the website at sbroads.com, and people can call us at 845-5112. This is for everybody because we serve thousands of people who either live in the area or commute through the area, and that can go over 100,000 people when you add them all together, and businesses. And so we want to make sure that everyone has consistent information, the same information, and can get their questions answered as quickly as possible. And typically we do that within the same day. So with that, I did want to just summarize, if you want to go to the next slide, I wanted to summarize for you some of the Montecito Planning Commission comments that were incorporated into the project. Zach mentioned the redesign of the safety barrier by the Miramar Hotel and the incorporation of the larger trees by the bridge overcrossings where we have more space. We also committed and are implementing the Olive Mill Roundabout construction prior to starting the freeway. That was another specific comment. And then what we didn't mention, but is also a big coordination effort, is that Caltrans has agreed to work with the county flood control on a larger Montecito watershed improvement study, and that's already underway. And so Caltrans is partnering with the county to look at watersheds throughout Montecito, because that came up in relation to some of the questions with sound walls. And while they're not specifically tied together, a bigger goal was identified in terms of planning for the future and making sure that Montecito has the drainage and bridges that it needs. The project currently does, but this helps the larger study as well. So with that, our team would be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have when you're ready.
Thanks, Ms. Ayers. We're we're aiming for a break here, and I'm trying to figure out when it's best to take. Do you have further remarks on the presentation, Mr. Luna?
No, we don't. We're just going to tag team the facilitation of questions. Ms. Ayers is going to handle most of the responses, but if you want to take a break, we're certainly ready for
Yeah,
that.
we're a little over when we should, so let's just take 10 minutes, and that would be 10 to 10 to 11, we'll be back ready to go with questions. Thank you. We are back on the record. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 2nd of November, and we are on item number 1. And just concluded most, at least, of the presentation by the applicants. So we'll pick up there and go back to Mr. Luna.
Yeah, so we thank you for indulging us on our presentation. Sorry we went a little bit over, but hopefully that was helpful information, and we're open to answer any questions. We got our team members both on Zoom and here in the room, and I think our structure for today is, if it's okay with the commission, that Ms. Ayers was going to provide an initial response, and if she needs to call on individuals, she would certainly do that from our team.
What I'd like to do, Mr. Luna, if it doesn't provide any concern for Caltrans, is we'll ask some initial questions and see if we can get it while it's fresh, with the presenters. But I do want to have the public comment to come and be heard before we break for lunch, if that ends up being the case. So we will start with initial questions from commissioners and go for about 15 minutes, and then we'll have public comment if it's all right with everybody. Okay. Commissioner Bridley.
I can start. Okay, and these might actually be fairly quick. My first question is, what is the existing level of service of 101 in this section of the corridor now? We have lots of environmental documents about what it was, but have we taken an LOS measurement in the last year?
I'm waiting for Kirsten, but I know that we have segments that are already failing on the corridor due to congestion in those morning and afternoon peak hours. So.
Okay, so LOS EF or something?
E or F, yeah.
Okay. And then, second question was there and Ms. Liu actually created a lot of solving of my questions, but I have just a couple remaining. And this probably is for Ms. Ayers. Was there an ad hoc committee for the design details? I'm noticing, especially on your bridge abutments and some of the railing details are a little bit plain. And every time I come in from Carpinteria, I adore, the stamped concrete and some of those detailings and the railings. So that it's a two-part question. One is, was there an ad hoc committee for the design details? And secondly, when I look at what was just finished in Carpinteria, was that maybe supplemented by City of Carpinteria funds to get it to look so gorgeous?
So good question. And that really goes to how each segment fits within each community. And so what you're seeing is that in Carpinteria, we had a design review team that was made up of members from Carpinteria. And so the details you see in Carpinteria are based on their preferences. And in Montecito, that's the design review team that I mentioned, where we had a Montecito Planning Commissioner, a Montecito Board of Architecture Review member, and a member from the Montecito Association and the Coast Village Association. They were all part of our design review team for Montecito, and their preferences were different than what we saw in Carpinteria. So the bridges that you see in Montecito are not being replaced, they're being refreshed, and their preference was to have the concrete look like concrete. So it gets a skim coat to get rid of the rust stains and to have a refresh, but it does not have the same in and out block texture that you see in Carpinteria. And that was based on their feedback. And then we also shared that with the community, with the Montecito Association and the public, and they supported those recommendations as well. And we took those to the Montecito Board of Architectural Review as part of the concept review process as well. And so they heard that feedback and then also gave us their feedback too. So that's how we're with the design elements that we have.
Okay.
To add on how substantial that process was, Commissioner, through the chair, is that we met, I believe, about 12 times with that committee, ad hoc committee, over a period of 6 months, and we were conducting in parallel, the Santa Barbara segment as well, so that many of the team members here were very busy during that time coming up with those. So the design choices were intentional by that committee as far as the plainness or however you may see it, but they also were faced with similar constraints, as Zach mentioned, that the previous segment B and C had already been approved and some certain choices had already been made, and so we wanted to be consistent with that.
Okay, all right, thank you. there's, in the project description and in the presentation, you're talking about the HOV lanes being these limited hours now, but I thought, doesn't Caltrans have the ability to expand those as congestion worsens? So is our project description a little bit too limiting in that, you know, maybe it's 2035, I'm not driving anymore, but, and you're back at LOSF, could you make the hours on the HOV lanes 24/7?
That's a very good question, Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. Basically, this project is built for the design year 2040. So hopefully by 2035, we're still functioning smoothly as everything is predicted. But Caltrans, of course, has the ability to adjust the lanes as needed as traffic congestion does get worse as predicted. But the project is designed for the traffic study through 2040. So that we should be in good shape in that regard.
Okay, the only reason I bring it up is that it seems like the project description, you might want to add in a couple of words to recognize that. You don't want people thinking it's only going to be those hours through 2040.
If I may add that in 101 in motion, one of the things that we looked at was the ability for the project to be scalable in the future, you know, and so things, as Ms. Ayers indicated, things do change over time, but, you know, it is set to address the congestion relief through 2040, but, you know, you never know what would change. The ability to change the hours, add the occupancy, you've seen that in other areas of the state or other parts of the country, that is 3+ rather than 2+ or something like that, where
Right.
with the idea being that you want to increase throughput because we can't widen anymore.
Right. I just know that on Sunday afternoon at 1 p.m., that should be getting used, right? So I mean, maybe the thing is 100% all weekends. Anyway, just a comment on the project description text. And then how, explain for me again how the phasing is happening. You're doing the Olive Mill roundabout first, and then the link between Olive Mill and San Ysidro second. Yeah, in other words, you're starting, I kind of think you're on the south end of the freeway and you're, you know, constructing all the way up, but you're actually going to do the link between Olive Mill and San Ysidro first before?
Yeah, I'll let Kirsten jump in, but maybe it'd be good if we had the map up and we could also kind of help orient that as well.
So Commissioner Bradley, what we're looking at is that the Olive Mill roundabout will start mid-November, and this is based on community requests. You probably remember the many, many years where county supervisors have requested that, based on what they're hearing from the community, that the roundabouts be built before the freeway improvement. And so the Olive Mill roundabout will start construction this November, and it will be functional but not finished with construction by the time we start the San Ysidro roundabout. As I mentioned, the San Ysidro roundabout has closures that are consistent. Basically, the same closures will be needed for the San Ysidro roundabout as the freeway section. So we want some overlap between the construction of the San Ysidro roundabout and the freeway section. So that's why you'll see there's an advanced work segment that's fully funded between basically San Ysidro and Olive Mill. It includes the ramp. That's going to start first. And then we're getting funding for the remainder of the segment, which is the Three Creeks area, the Oak Creek, San Ysidro Creek, and the Romero Creek segment that you see there, as well as the freeway lanes and ramps in that area.
Okay, so it's partially funding related too. It's the community wanted Olive Mill, then there's logic to go to that lane or, you know, that main line part or the advanced work as you're talking about it to San Ysidro, and then you're still waiting for funding for San Ysidro to you know, the Romero Creek Bridge, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that story about the advanced work is also important to let the commission know, and maybe Joe wants to speak to this as well, is that, you know, we're always advancing the construction and the construction readiness of the project, and an opportunity presented itself with state money from the shop and for that early advanced work package, which we were able to match with measure money to get that ready for construction. Of course, we still need to get the permits for it, but it's ready to go. So,
Okay. Well, I'm not sure. It's just my curiosity. It's okay. We don't need any more on that. You know, I bet that's it for me. Yes.
You're not done for the day.
No.
Save up. Commissioner Park?
Yes, you know, I want to describe my question, Chair Cooney, and ask you if you think this is the right time to deal with it.
Okay.
Because what I have in my hand is the letter from Mr. Silva responding, making comments on the Montecito Planning Commission resolution. And I mean, I want to ask for clarification with the comments, but maybe it seems backwards to do that when we haven't discussed that resolution yet.
Right. Why don't you hold that, and when we'll isolate a portion of the hearing to just go over the Montecito concerns and how they've been handled.
Okay.
We're getting information as we go,
Yeah.
but we'll come back to that.
The other point, and this is, I don't think this is a controversial thing, but I wanted to make a comment about the landscaping, and I don't know if should that happen now, or should we reserve that? I don't really care. Just want to
No, I think that's appropriate. I've got one as well, so go ahead.
Okay. Well, it's funny looking at you, Mr. Luna. I think in the years I've been on the commission, I think you're our smoothest, most professional presenter. And in fact, the question I had, the last presentation you made was, I hope this guy gets a raise because he ought to go into private consulting and triple his income before he retires. And so, anyway, I appreciate your presentation. But I wanted to go on and talk about the landscaping a little bit. I took a pretty good look at the landscaping plan. And, that's just a tough thing to work on in Montecito. You have so many wonderful trees. I moved there when I was 5 years old. I got my license when I was, I think, 70, in 1974. So I know every tree, out there, they're friends. And I mourn the loss of them. And I think that your whole team kind of experienced that, Montecito did. And, the plan that you came up with to replace landscaping is really lovely. I think I can say every time there's ever been a street improvement in Montecito, it's taken out important trees. In fact, that's true of 101. I'm sure those of us who have been around long enough can remember all those lovely trees that lined the 101 along Camarillo on both sides. And change just happens, and we have to lose them. And then things come up that are even better, and you seem to understand that, so I want to compliment your team for that. And we can all join in mourning the loss of those trees, but think, well, we just have to do this.
Well, we appreciate the comment, and want to, of course, thank the Mark Thomas team, Christine Anderson and her team there, Caltrans as well, providing oversight, and then working with the design review team, specifically Claire Gottstanker, who represented MBAR, and so she offered a few opinions on the landscaping. So,
Commissioner Martinez, questions?
Yes. Good morning. My quick question, I just have two quick questions. There was a rendition out here which you had a bridge which was going to provide for water to go onto the highway, at least go through the bridge, under the bridge. Right there. And I'm thinking I heard you right, but so my understanding, if there's any water that's going to go through this bridge, is going to go onto the highway. Is that my understanding?
I'm going to have Zach address that question, but yeah, he described this area in a certain way as far as the flood characteristics.
So just to quickly go back one slide. So when I was speaking about this location, and the reason why we can have solid barriers along the outside of the freeway here is because, again, the freeway's depressed. So as water comes down from the hillside, it flows over the freeway, and that barrier acts as essentially a retaining barrier to hold up North Jameson. The difference in this location is this is one location where North Jameson and the freeway are more or less at grade. So as that water comes down the channel, until there are improvements made upstream and downstream, this barrier needs to be open to allow that water to go across the freeway.
Okay, so I imagine the freeway is at least degreed so that the water will flow completely across the freeway and not create a puddle, in a sense.
Yes, so when we worked through a lot of iterations on the design with Craig Stewart, who's our hydraulics engineer. And so we matched the existing elevation of the freeway that's out there today so that any water that passes over the freeway would pass over it in the design condition that we have. And again, once those future improvements are made to the channel, the bridges are sized that would be then conveyed underneath the structure.
Okay, and if I remember correctly, then, and this is just from my past, is that, okay, so you have a water efficiency of the water running across the freeway, and for where it's going to be received, that can receive that amount of water, is my next question. So in other words, when it goes up past the bridge onto the freeway, it's going to be an even flow to go over the freeway to beyond the freeway. Because my concern here is you're driving down the freeway and you just hit this puddled mess, which creates traffic, if not a hazard situation. That's what I'm thinking here, and I'm trying to make sure that that's not going to occur.
Yeah, I'll have Craig or county planning or flood control staff help me in this, but there would be a condition during a peak storm event where water is flowing over the freeway until such a time that those upstream and downstream improvements are made. So until that future project is constructed in this location, in peak storm events, floodwater would go across the freeway. So there would be water on the freeway. And then in the future, once those improvements are made, the bridges that we're building with the project are sized appropriately so that the channels would convey all of that water underneath the freeway.
And what's the timeline, if you know, for the future projects you're speaking of?
I can't offer a timeline. I don't know that there's one developed. I'll turn it over to county.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Matt Griffin, Engineering Manager for County Flood Control.
Morning.
So after the debris flow, we worked with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have developed, or it's not yet finalized, but it's practically finished, a floodplain management study. And that's more of a 30,000-foot view of Montecito, identifying the issues and identifying, conceptual fixes and remedies. We're now in the process of beginning a study with cooperation with Caltrans that's going to take a more in-depth look at that. And that is going to take 12 months to 18 months. And there'll be a community outreach and involvement in that process.
Okay.
So when the improvements are made, it'll be, it's the improvements needed in order for the bridge to be realized to a 100-year capacity downstream. They're very challenging and expensive and potentially not even feasible. That's what's going to be studied. So there's not a timeline right now of when that'll be done.
Okay. And so is there any temporary mitigation that can be done to address that kind of situation?
Not really, no.
No. Okay. Well, that answers my question in regards to that. Thank you.
Mr. Griffin, hold on just one second, because I want to follow up on Commissioner Martinez's questioning. I remember, like it was yesterday, the flooded 101 in this area, and I think part of your study included the streams coming out of the hills where I live all the way down to the ocean. And so I certainly support the idea of allowing the water to escape. Otherwise, it's going to make a bigger mess in this area, even with the improved bridge, when the bridge is ready. But isn't it the case that significant improvements have been made to the various basins upstream so that the water flow at least is controlled or directed and not having the same effect as it did in 2018?
Yeah, we have several debris basin projects that are underway or have actually been completed. Those projects are intended for debris control. What's being studied here is actually water flow. And those debris basins really don't have a practical effect on the reduction of the peak water flow.
So are you saying that what we would experience in a significant storm or series of storms could still involve not the big debris, but sand and soil coming with the water and go over the freeway?
Yes, and there's still a chance of debris, of course, also.
Okay.
The larger debris.
So the picture you're painting on behalf of the county is that we're looking at a long-range solution here. This adding to the traffic flow on the freeway is one aspect of it, but we shouldn't be deluded into thinking that we're not going to end up with the possibility of water on the freeway from time to time.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Montecito is just a very complex, flooding situation.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for clarifying.
You're welcome.
I have a question, Mr. Luna. I'm not sure if Ms. Ayers or you would answer this, but is there a time in the big picture, which has been studied and dutifully executed up to the edge of Montecito to date, where we're going to continue to have 3 lanes of traffic and then go down to 2 lanes for a while and then back to 3 lanes as these phases are completed? And if so, where do you envision that occurring?
That's an excellent question, and I think you may be experiencing that right now in the transition from Carpinteria up to the segment that's currently under construction in what we call the Padaro area. And so that was that currently transitions from 3 to 2. I think this is one of the areas, maybe I'll have Joe come up and talk about the benefits of having our construction manager, general contractor, because we're able to work through these solutions with the contractor on board and the Caltrans team, because there inevitably will be those situations where we have to have those transitions, and we're always working those problems out and solutions and challenges with the whole team.
Thank you, Fred. Again, Joe Irwin, Caltrans Corridor Manager for 101.
Mr. Irwin.
Yeah, we have a contractor that's on board to construct the entire corridor. So they've helped us in pre-construction, which is our design phase, in order to try to find issues with the design. And one of those issues is this moving bottleneck, right? Having multiple projects in construction at the same time, you could see that, yeah, you're going to have situations where there could potentially be a 3-lane section down to a 2-lane section, back to a 3-lane section, and all of those movements, it wouldn't be ideal to have those continued merging and then expanding and merging again. And so we're working with our contractor, our construction manager, general contractor, which is that CMGC abbreviation that I used. But they have helped us figure out, okay, what are ways that we can stage the work appropriately at a location in order to not have that bottleneck. And so they work with our designers in figuring out, okay, can we accelerate some work at this location so that we don't have that bottleneck anymore and we can open up additional lanes prior to the other side being open? Or is it better to wait a month or 2 to allow other work to catch up and then open it up at another location? So having that contractor perspective on board in the design and construction process as well, it helps us alleviate those risks and those concerns, because we have them too.
Yeah, certainly your experience has been the same as mine, that accidents are common when it shrinks down and suddenly traffic is forced into a smaller area. And I see them disappearing as the work goes along. But I was thinking when you were talking, when it was presented that phase 1 of 4D is going to be further towards Santa Barbara than phase 2. So you're going to have a potential bottleneck there the whole time.
Well, if we have that slide that shows the two lines, I guess, for construction. Oh, no, I got it. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. So we'll go back to, all right, right here. So what we would envision is that both projects are going to be in construction at the same time. And even though the Montecito, San Ysidro to Romero Creek section may go a little longer, the overlap there, or that disconnect in the overlap, wouldn't be to the point where we would have a 3-lane segment open and then coming down to a 2-lane segment. So we'd be able to coordinate both directions and getting 3 lanes continuously in one direction and only have that one merge back down. So going forward, we're not going to have a half a mile section of 3-lane freeway and then come back down to 2. So we'll make sure as we're going through the final designs that that's not going to be a part of those designs.
I understood from the earlier presentation that you were working northbound at one time and then southbound at a different time. So that would obviate the problem to some degree, but it's always going to be there until it's all done. But I'm glad to hear you're thinking along the lines of my concern and all of those that use the freeway during that period.
Sure. Yeah, the northbound section, once we start getting into construction of all of those sections, it will be occurring at the same time in both of those separate bars. So what the public is going to see is not 2 completely separate construction projects, but just one active construction zone.
Okay. Commissioner Briley has a question of this speaker or the
Yeah,
team?
he probably can field this. Ms. Liu talked about the auxiliary lane between Olive Mill and San Ysidro, which is, you know, in kind of pretty bad condition now. It always backs up in the morning peak hour. So is that really an auxiliary lane, or is it just the shoulder? When you use the term auxiliary lane, is it meant for people to use that shoulder even though it's a solid white line?
Yes. So, okay, to address the question, there is no auxiliary lane today at San Ysidro. So we have just in the southbound direction at San Ysidro, it is just a typical off-ramp that comes off of the slow lane or that number 2 lane. And so the condition I believe you're describing is people pulling off onto the shoulder to then use the off-ramp. So that is not an auxiliary lane. What will happen in the future is there will be a dedicated lane, 12-foot auxiliary lane, next to the slow lane that connects the on-ramp at Olive Mill to the off-ramp at San Ysidro. And then outside of that will be an additional shoulder. So there will be a dedicated lane and a shoulder outside of that.
Okay. I'm familiar with Caltrans having standards of offsets between ramps, and this probably doesn't quite meet it, but that's a huge improvement that is going to be part of it, so thanks for clarifying.
And that auxiliary lane will be in both directions too. So it'll be on the northbound side as well, going from San Ysidro up to Olive Mill.
Great, thanks.
Mr. Irwin, I have a question about the decision to maintain in place the batch plant, but I know there's at least one speaker who called me about it. So I think we'll have the public comments first, and then you can respond to everybody. Anybody else?
I still have a couple
Okay,
of questions.
Commissioner Martinez.
And you reminded me by this process timeline in regards to, I was just talking about that bridge with the water overflowing. So the time period for design and Caltrans oversight looks to be concluding pretty darn soon. So who is going to take over the design in regards to the downstream commitments as to the overflow of the water going over the freeway? Is it still Caltrans, or is it some other entity we're talking about here?
We mentioned that there's the larger watershed study that's going on, and that's a partnership between Caltrans and flood control. And so the design of those upstream and downstream improvements are going to happen after that planning study that we're partnering on right now. So the timeline here doesn't cover that. And then Caltrans, while we're a partner in it, it's not going to be a Caltrans design throughout the watershed, right? We're restricted to our highway right-of-ways for where we can design, but we are going to partner with our expertise with flood control in developing that planning study and then going after funding to do those projects that are in and around our right-of-way. Because 101 isn't the only highway in the Montecito area, right? We also have 192, which is a Caltrans highway. So having both of those highways crossing through the watershed, it's important for us to be a party of those planning studies and those eventual projects. But the design is not going to be happening from Caltrans as a part of this process.
Part of this project,
As
right,
part
that
of
we're
this
talking
project,
about
right?
here.
This is a separate endeavor that Caltrans is undertaking with flood control outside of the 101 project.
Okay, and then my last question has to do with noise. I know we have these sound walls and so forth, and maybe you're not the person necessarily, but my question is Emery, we hear all this talk about the governor changing things to electric vehicles. So we have these sound studies that you must refer to. Those sound studies even go back from, I saw something up to 1940 or 2040 under one of these exhibits. Do those change as legislation changes in regards to, I mean, different kind of vehicles, different noises, you don't have the engine roar, those kind of things. Is that something that changes down the road too with the legislative changes?
Commissioner, maybe this is something I could start off with and then throw back to our environmental team as needed. But the majority of noise that comes off the freeway is tire noise moving over the pavement. And so the reason why we've been talking so much about continuously reinforced concrete pavement and the benefits of noise reduction is that that's where the majority of noise comes from. Regardless of the type of vehicle that you drive, it's the tires moving over the pavement. So these older pavements that we have out there today, the older concrete with the joint lines across the lanes that cause extra noise, that's where we're going to see the change with this new pavement. It doesn't have joint lines across the lanes. It has joint lines under the lane lines. So you don't get the same amount of noise. And then it also has the less maintenance that Joe mentioned as well. And so that's where you see the biggest reduction from the pavement and then the finished grind that the contractor puts on the pavement. So in terms of changes from the legislative branch about the types of vehicles or things like that, there will always be changes, but the majority of noise comes from the tires over the pavement. And Lucas, did you want to comment? Lucas is on the Caltrans environmental team. Did you want to comment any more about changes in noise?
Sure, I can do that. Commissioner Martinez through the chair. So from the legislative point in regards to noise, I think what you're referring to is requirements for alternative sources for electric vehicles, et cetera. But in regards to how we look at noise through the federal process with federal funds on this project, no changes to our findings since we last analyzed the noise, which is noise is not an impact. But because of the federal project, we do pursue abatement via sound wall.
No, thank you. I kind of figured once you mentioned the federal finger in there that is going to be an element that doesn't change necessarily with our state direction. Okay, well, thank you. It was more of an educational question for me, but I appreciate the responses. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Irwin. We're going to go to public comment now. We don't have a tremendous amount of it, but then we can come back to the presenters and wrap up our questions. So I have one speaker slip from this audience, and Mr. Villalobos, do you have speakers online as well?
We have two, and just before we get to public comment, I just wanted to ask the commission to consider the late submittal that came in.
Right. I'm going to call on Mr. Wilbrand in a minute, but he submitted a letter which Mr. Villalobos circulated to us, but with the reminder that it was submitted later than the Planning Commission rules allow, but I understand by a very short time. Can you give us the time it was received? I think our cutoff is noon on Monday.
Give me just one sec. Apologies, I received a lot of email for this hearing. It came in sometime over the lunch hour, so less than an hour late.
Okay, well, it's dated October 31. It was circulated. I read it. Other commissioners may have read it, but in order to consider it as part of the record, we need to have a majority vote, actually we need 4 votes, or do we just need 3 out of 4?
Mr. Chair, it's a 4/5 vote, so today it would need to be a unanimous vote.
All 4, okay.
And I found the email came in at 12:30.
Okay, so it's a half hour late. It's tough to take it out of our minds, and Mr. Wilbrandt's here to fill us in person, so I'd still be putting the motion to the commission. Commissioner Bridley,
I'd move to accept it.
all right, do we have a second? Mr. Park?
I'm going to second that, and I want to explain why, because I'm not like the late Dan Blau, who just never wanted to accept anything, and I understood his point of view. I kind of want to do it on a case-by-case basis, and probably most of the time I'm not going to want to accept them. But here, where we're going to have a public speaker going through something that's a little bit complicated, I think there's some real value of having a written record that we can refer back to that explains it that way. And I should also point out, I generally ignore the emails of individual letters. It's easier for me to just read it all at once when it's on our Planning Commission website. And I don't recall seeing this letter there, so I haven't read it, but I like the idea that it's going to be there somehow to refer to. So that's why I seconded the motion.
Thank you. Every time we have a discussion, I think it's interesting because it is the exception rather than the rule that documents are submitted. This is multi-page documents, not one-page documents, are submitted after the deadline and causes difficulty for the commission trying to prepare when it's a moving target.
May I make just one other comment on that?
Sure.
I'll keep it real short. You know, it's got to vary from project to project. This is a massive project, and it's a funny thing because some of the things that we would review, EIRs and whatnot, they're out there months ahead of time. But then there's changes to this and that, and we don't get the staff report till really, was it Wednesday night, Thursday morning? And it's just kind of tough to meet all the different deadlines to cover every base. So it's one reason I've sort of relaxed our general rule in this one, just because of the type of project it is.
Any discussion on the motion? We have a motion, we have a second. All right, let's have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Bridley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez, Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
All right, it's in the record then, and I'll call on you, Mr. Wilbrandt. Assume we have the letter in the record and address the issues presented.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you very much, and thank you for accepting the letter. One of the complicating factors, and I especially thank you for accepting the letter on this point, we actually ended up writing some suggested conditions. We didn't know whether there were going to be conditions related to the SCC or not, and it turned out that there aren't conditions in the staff report or recommendation related to the SCC, but you've heard from your staff that the mitigation measures are being continued through this portion of the project. And again, one of our clear positions is that in order to be effective mitigation, they need to be incorporated into conditions, and then you need to have your staff who are actually helping to enforce and monitor those conditions. So we ask you to consider that at the end of my presentation. I think this is one where a picture is probably worth all the words in my letter. This is what the SCC looks like from the Loon Point parking lot. And again, I represent CalProp. They own a little enclave of 5 residential parcels at the west end of North Padero. Totals 22 acres. They have spent a lot of time and effort to have that be a very private enclave, including they actually have helped pay for redoing the county trail. Their security helps take care of the Loon Point parking lot. It is otherwise a very nice, quiet little neighborhood, again, owned by one group of entities. And so I think this may be one where you saw on one of the Caltrans slides, it talks about equity. Well, I don't know if this is equity, but it is the circumstance that the Montecito community, I'm sure, would have come unglued at the idea of having this concrete batch plant placed somewhere in Montecito. And so this part of the project, again, there were originally supposed to be CSSs, and they were supposed to be temporary, and they were supposed to move along with the project. And if you can see, and maybe the next picture shows this better, but there are actually wheels on these things, and they're supposed to be able to be moved. And this has apparently found a home where the staff report says that it's going to be until fall of 2026. It's been there since last year. So this temporary, which is how it was originally approved, construction support site, concrete batch and recycling plant is going to sit in front of our client's property for about 6 years. And we think that's way beyond temporary, so it needs to, in fact, get some attention now. I'm going to quickly describe, sort of how the sausage is made, what happens here. On the other side of the freeway, Caltrans brings the old concrete and paving, and then brings from the San Ynez Valley aggregate and sand, and the old paving gets moved over to this site with a big tractor with backup beepers, after appearing with big trucks with backup beepers, to go into the pile that goes up that conveyor belt you can see, and somehow gets ground up and mixed. And then there's tanks that the stuff goes into, which also have very loud warning buzzers. All of these intended for safety purposes to make really loud, annoying noise. That generally all happens between midnight and about 6 in the morning, because Caltrans, in order to not impact traffic, runs its concrete batch plant industrial site during those late night, early morning hours. And so, again, the stuff that is intended to sound loud and annoying happens late at night, right next to a residential enclave. We think this should have, in fact, been moved to its next logical site. The materials are actually coming from, again, primarily the San Ynez Valley and from construction as it happens. And so it seems to me like what's happening is for Phase 4D, and I should mention, this is actually sitting in Phase 4B. So it's not even in C, and it's not considered in any of the Montecito review because it's not in the Montecito area. It's in the 4B area, which means all the stuff has to go down to the Padero Lane area, get crushed and mixed, and then brought back to the Olive Mill area or somewhere to the north.
So, Mr. Wolbert, you've been living with this for a long time. We have had less time just wrap it up, if you will. I think we have the point. You're looking at mitigation, or are you looking at us to disallow this project on the basis of this batch plant?
I would like you to require it to move elsewhere, but I'm going to recognize reality, and I think my clients are in recognition of reality. There were mitigation measures which were supposed to be in place for the temporary CSS. Unfortunately, those mitigation measures, as often happens, are written in kind of a slippery gray way. And they have so far required the property owner and us as the property owner's agents to constantly complain. I'm going to thank Ms. Ayers, who has been great this morning. She's actually the recipient, the official recipient for all complaints, including related to sound and other measures. But by the time we call in at 3 or 4 in the morning to Ms. Ayers' contact information, and she gets that, and she gets a hold of the right Caltrans person and the right contract person, it generally takes several days. We have been able to get some of the things about the project changed, including backup beepers and warnings have been reduced and redone. The way that traffic goes through the site has been changed so that they don't have to back up as much. But we think those need to be in conditions. If your commission is going to allow this to continue at this site, it needs to be, in fact, specifically conditioned, and the county staff needs to be involved, again, in the enforcement, monitoring, management, and mitigation. And so we've provided you with 5 suggested conditions. I'll run through them just what, again, conceptually they do. The first is, again, related to that monitoring, reporting, and the ability to call in to somebody who actually has control of the noise-making activities on a real-time basis. And so we would ask you to implement that condition. The second one, again, provides for, to the maximum extent feasible, this elimination of the backup beepers and the warning systems and the other things that are meant to be loud and annoying. And we found that they, in fact, can be reduced or avoided. We'd like that effort to continue and for the county to be involved in making sure that that, in fact, happens. We also, this seems like it has some creep to it. The original approval, which was just with a land use permit, which was one of the reasons why there weren't specific conditions imposed on the land use permit when this was only going to be for 4B and C. It talked about the operation being no more than 10 hours a day. I see that it's now, the staff refers to operation at 12 hours a day. We'd like it to be limited to 1 period a day. We'd like it to be limited to no more than 8 hours in that period. And we'd like, to the maximum extent feasible, for that to happen in more normal hours, like 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. This is something where it intentionally makes noise for safety purposes.
Just give us the conditions.
Great. The next one, there is discussion of, and apparently an acoustic shield could be put up around this industrial site. But the way that the mitigation measure is written, that only has to happen if sound is at 65 dBA at our property line, not at the property line of the thing causing the noise, but at the sensitive receptor. I've never seen the county have that kind of condition. I've always seen it be the thing that causes the noise is where you measure the noise. And again, dBAs are an average, and 65 is really high. They have the ability, apparently, to put up some sort of an acoustic wall around this thing. We'd like the condition to require that that simply happen now, rather than constantly waiting to see if they go over an average of 65 dBA. We also think that that needs to be designed in a fashion that is has at least some level of aesthetic review, and that we have a chance to look at that, and the county has a chance to look at that, and also that they maintain this site. We found that sort of everything else around there ends up with graffiti on it. I'm surprised this hasn't ended up with graffiti, at least on the big green stuff on the big chain link fence. I expect it will, so we'd like them to maintain and probably, since it's going to be there for 6 years, provide for a landscape plan. And then finally, and this is one where I don't know that your commission can impose this condition, but I'm asking Caltrans, since they're now saving money on not putting some sound walls in Montecito, this seems like a place that there ought to be a sound wall. It ought to be put in soon to help mitigate the impacts of the sound from this particular part of the project. And then in the spirit of equity, it should then be there after the project is done in recognition of the fact that this property owner has suffered more than the rest of the community during this 6-year period. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions. And we also did provide a Word version, I'm hoping it came through, for your staff of those conditions if you want your staff to work on those. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Wilbrandt? Anybody? Doesn't see any. So thank you for your time. And we'll certainly take this up during this hearing. Okay. Additional public speakers.
We have 2 additional speakers. The first speaker will be Bruce McKenzie, to be followed by Scott Smigel.
Good morning. This is Bruce McKenzie speaking. Sitting next to me is Alan Krebs, who is my neighbor down the road. I think he signed up, but then he couldn't figure out how to use Zoom, never having done it before. So I'd like to ask him to also have an opportunity to be heard. So there's actually 3 people who want to speak, and I will be the first.
Mr. McKenzie, let's start out and say you have 3 minutes, but between you, we'll allow 6 minutes, and you can allocate whatever you want to yourself and Mr. Krebs.
All right. Why don't we start with Mr. Krebs?
Okay, we're the owners, Jamie Lee Misfelt and I, Alan Krebs, are the owners at 135 La Vuelta. And we've been, when we started our project many years ago, we were under the assumption that the walls were going to go in, as everyone knows. And then about 1.5 years ago, or maybe 1 year ago, that we were advised that the walls weren't going to go in, and we were provided a noise abatement contract from, I'm not sure if it's from Caltrans or who's actually providing the contract or paying for it, but I have it sitting in front of me, where it had an amount of money for noise abatement for our property, and we haven't moved forward with it because we were concerned that it would affect our neighbors from possibly not getting the wall in the future. We would prefer the wall. We built a new house in light of that, and had we known that the wall was never going to go in, we probably would have never built in that location. We like where the house is at. We just assumed the wall is going to go in, and we know that not having the wall will also have a significant financial impact on the value of our property, which I've had other real estate brokers in the area have looked at our house, and that not having this wall will make a difference in the future if we decide to sell. The other thing that we're concerned with is the impact of the smog, or the environmental impact of not having the wall in that area.
Okay, and I'll take it up at that point, because I'm the one that introduced this concern about air pollution, both before the Montecito Planning Commission and now here before the Santa Barbara Planning Commission. While we're talking about a sound wall, there have been studies, one of which I attached as one of my exhibits to my letter. There have been studies that Caltrans has sponsored. The one from UC Riverside indicates that the sound walls not only can alleviate and abate sound, but they can significantly cut down on the air pollution, the near road air pollution that is generated by a freeway. And to my knowledge, that is something that's not even been addressed by Caltrans, even though it's a sponsor of that study, in connection with the loss of the freeway here in Santa Barbara. The history of Mr. Park mentioned the voting that went on, and I guess it was a year or two ago that we all got to vote on whether or not we wanted the freeway. I mean, wanted the sound walls, but that was a vote on a piece of paper. We bought our house, my wife and I, back in 1987, and we were involved in all of the business opposing the freeway back in the 80s and 90s, not because of anything other than concern over the very things we're talking about, which is noise and air pollution. And I remember being at the Montecito Country Club at a meeting with Caltrans, and we were shown the plans at the time that they agreed to keep the freeway expansion within the existing parameters of the roadway. And they were very proud to assure us that that sound wall protection would be provided because of the plans that they'd approved. And they showed us the plans. And so the second vote was one of consensus that the sound walls were something that we relied upon in agreeing to go along with Caltrans in widening the freeway.
Could you wrap up, Mr. McKenzie? We have that point. Thank you.
Okay. With regard to the real problem has to do with the recovery map that Mr. Park inquired about. That map was done based on a LIDAR study, which is a radar from the air, done 2 or 3 days after the debris flow of 2018, and it was always intended to be an interim map. Unfortunately, I don't think that the County Board of Supervisors, when they adopted it, realized the ramifications. But more than half of Montecito has been now expanded into the equivalent of a floodway, which has that zero rise standard. And it's one of the 2 features that flood control felt it had to adhere to in setting a standard for the wall. And the other standard was assuming that all the culverts and bridge underpasses were blocked. Yet today we're hearing all about how wonderful those culverts and bridge underpasses are, together with the debris catchment basins that will, if anything, do away with the second requirement that flood control put forward, which was you had to assume that all the culverts and all the bridges were blocked. Now, finally, to end up, I would point out the Carpinteria under the recovery map is something like 3/4 covered now by the recovery map as a high hazardous zone. Yet Carpinteria was able to get its sound walls built, and they were built because they put floodgates in that met a 6-inch rise as opposed to a 0 rise. And so what's necessary here is somebody has to do a balance between the daily living circumstances of those of us alongside the freeway with the 100-year flood and likely unlikely event sometime down the road that there's going to be flooding. And it's not going to totally destroy the neighborhood. It's going to be a situation that is going to require a cleanup. And I would also point out, since 1987, I and all of my neighbors here in this part of Montecito have been obligated to carry flood insurance. We are against our will.
Mr. McKenzie, I thought you'd be wrapping up, so we have no more time at this point. But we appreciate both of you testifying. Okay, anybody else? Mr.
Our last
Villalobos.
speaker on this item will be Scott Smigel.
This is Scott Smigel. Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity. I wanted to speak principally about the recovery mapping and agree with the last point that was made, that I don't believe that the county, when they adopted the recovery mapping, anticipated or intended it to apply to this sort of development, but instead was an interim measure really designed for traditional residential development in Montecito. No one was anticipating its effect, I don't believe, on the sound walls. Having said that, I participated and listened closely to the deliberations of the Montecito Planning Commission. And as stated in my letter that I sent to this commission, I don't believe that the resolution from the Montecito Planning Commission as written fully communicates the kind of compromise that I was encouraged by between the applicant and the Montecito Planning Commission. It sounded like in the event that the County Planning Commission that is hearing the project now was unwilling or unable to change that zero rise standard, which again, I agree with the former speaker, is too onerous and is too conservative and assumes facts that really don't exist. That Caltrans in the plan, or the applicant in planning a project looking all the way to 2040, would take a longer view and would be willing, in the event, not only willing, but would be conditioned on building sound walls if the recovery mapping would change in such a way that that they wouldn't be precluded. I apologize, it's an inartful way of saying that. If sound walls are allowed by flood control, then they should be conditioned, the applicant should be conditioned to build them. My understanding is they're built at the end of the project, which is years away. And in all likelihood, though none of us know for sure, there will be new mapping. And there is, in my mind and what I've heard, a strong likelihood that the conditions won't be as severe. And so I know that there's been some conversation now about the resolution from the Montecito Planning Commission. And I hope this commission really, and I know you've spoken to the commissioners ex parte, I really think that that resolution, after many public hearings, could have been a more comprehensive document and could have been clearer about some of these conditions. Thank you for letting me have this opportunity to speak to you. And I'm looking forward to your deliberation about this extremely long-term, massive project, and that you don't feel in the slightest bit rushed to gloss over this stuff. It's really important. The noise is far more significant in reality than it sounds on this call. It's the horns, it's the truck jack braking, it's the sirens, it's the motorcycles revving at thousands of RPMs, and yes, it's the tire noise. Thank you for the concrete change, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smigel. Okay, now we have another decision, everyone, whether we continue to discuss the project. It appears to me it would not be a real quick process. There have been some issues presented that have to be addressed. So I suggest we take a break now for the benefit of staff, audience, and parties. But I don't have a strong feeling as to how long it should go. Can we do it in 45 minutes? Commissioner Park, you're looking for an hour and a half, right?
Well, I was going to say 2, but I'll settle for 1 o'clock.
Okay. We'll do that then. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, and I think we'll go efficiently through the comments of the commissioners and the public. Thank you. We are back on the record. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of November 2nd. We're still on item number 1, and we will return to that. I think that we've closed public comment, so we're really turning back to the applicant to make any response to commissioner comments, questions, or what they heard from the public. Mr. Luna.
Thank you, Chair Cooney and commissioners. No comments to what we heard from the commission. Regarding public comment, specifically, and I'm sure we'll get into it when we go through the batch plant, but reading the letter that was provided by Mr. Wolbrandt, there was no alternative location ever envisioned. I think that there was some indication in the letter that its next logical location, I think, was, he kind of phrased it like, that was where it was situated and intended to be functioning for all the segments in the county. And so county staff can probably speak to why the duration only extended through the period of 4B, and then we would have to come back and ask for those additional 2 years when 4D started. But the intent was that it was going to stay there for the county portion of construction. Other than that, when you get to the specifics that Mr. Wolbrandt laid out, we can talk as a team and provide a response at that time.
I just have a threshold question. The timing is important. I understand, and please correct me if this is wrong, that our jurisdiction is limited to segment 4D. And so if the city takes over for the final segment, would the batch plant, is it planned that the batch plant would stay there for the city portion as well?
What, maybe the county wants to speak to this. From our understanding is that we've asked for an additional 2 years to cover the length of time that would be for the construction of the Montecito segment. Beyond that, we have not asked for that.
And in terms of asking, have you filed an application to extend the time?
With the city of Santa Barbara?
No, with the county.
With the county. That's part of our application, the additional 2 years. Today's application, yes.
Chair and members of the commission, so today's application includes a request to continue use of the construction support site to serve segment 4D, and that's a part of the proposed project description for this segment. In terms of 4E, we do not have an application for that, and if at some point in the future Caltrans wanted to use that for their work in the city, they'd have to submit a separate coastal development permit application to us to request that.
So it would come back to the county for a decision as to whether there was any time beyond the current conditions of 2 years. This application that we're considering today includes 2 years of additional location of the batch plant?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, yes, so Caltrans is asking for the additional time needed just to construct segment 4D. And so if any additional time is needed for segment 4E, if they plan to use the batch plant for segment 4E, they would need another permit.
I was trying to pin down the length of time that the current application that we're considering today would extend the life of the batch plant in its current location. Is it not related to time? It's just whenever they say we're done?
Chair and members of the commission, it would extend it to fall of 2026.
Okay.
Fall of 2026 for use in segment 4D, not fall of 2026 for use in any
Yeah, I
other
understand.
segment.
I was trying to pin down just the county portion for D. Okay. So we have not a precise, but a general timeframe. All right. So, Mr. Luna, you didn't have any additional remarks to make with respect to questions of commissioners?
I did not. If there was any follow-up on the responses that our team gave, we'd be happy to delve into that and more, so.
Okay. Commissioners, any further questions for the applicant?
Commissioners, I'm sorry.
Mr. Sears?
Yeah, if I could just clarify one quick thing too. So the batch plant was previously approved for 4B and 4C, and those had timelines associated with it. And so this 4D, we're on D, right?
Yes.
Okay. 4D is coming in, and as part of this project, they're requesting to use the same concrete plant for the work on this one. But there are timelines associated with each approval so far. This would extend the use of that concrete batch for 4D out to 2026. Does that make sense? Okay.
Fall of 2026.
Fall of 2026.
That's what I understood. Yeah, no, we're clear on that. But we have had a request to consider modifications to the batch plant, given the fact that it's not likely to move, but what can we do to mitigate the impacts of where it is right now?
Correct. Yep.
And I was hoping that Caltrans has had, SBCAG, the applicant, has had an opportunity to consider whether there's anything they can propose, either for the project description or as a condition.
Well, if we wanted to go through each of those, we could certainly, we have talked, so we can certainly provide a response to each of the bullet points that Mr. Wilbrandt laid out. The bottom line is we'll have to go back and discuss with our construction team and the operations team, because we were meeting the compliance requirements as they were laid out in the original conditions, and so we may not have some of that data to support a change, but we would be open to looking into that. And then certainly if we do have that other hearing date scheduled, we could come back with more data at that time.
Okay, let's see where we are in a few minutes, and that may be a good alternative, is to continue the hearing for the time being. Commissioner Park.
I'm kind of at the same spot I was a few hours ago with regard to a question for the applicant, which really only makes sense to ask after we deal with the Montecito Planning Commission resolution and its suggested condition regarding the sound wall. And which makes me think, we've closed the public hearing, but we probably will still need to talk to the parties. And then just picking up on what both Mr. Luna and you were talking about, Chair Cooney, this is a big project. If we make any modifications or suggest them, we want to do it very, very carefully and make sure that they're really as perfectly drafted as possible and well thought out. So I would hate to throw out things and say, here, take 30 seconds and figure out if you want to do it or not. And I also wouldn't want to be rushed if we think we're of a mind to make something and then we can't quite come up with the wordsmithing right away. So we might wind up using that date after all. And I say that, in all seriousness about the project, not just because I want to have the Christmas luncheon.
Okay, well, we'll see how far we can get at this point. We don't want to go beyond that, and certainly not legislate on the run. So I think we have the facts basically regarding the batch plant. So why don't we consider, if you are able and willing to address the Montecito Planning Commission resolution. I mean, we've read it, and is that something that you as the applicant have accepted with regard to this, particularly with regard to the sound walls?
Yeah, so we can go through this, Chair Cooney. So this was our understanding of the original resolution. Then we provided comments to that hopefully I'd be happy to walk through why we provided those comments to make them more implementable, if that's a word, or that would be more conducive to making the change to the project. Overall, I think the spirit of all the recommendations can be met, and I think we said so in the letter for at least several of them. But there were some slight modifications that we would suggest as a 101 team.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. Yeah, I think the letter that was referenced earlier from Ms. Silva, which is the applicant's, our representative that works with the team, that might be good because they're side by side.
Yes, it's the September 12, 2022 letter to Mr. Schmuckel, Ms. Silva.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, yeah, that's correct. It should be the last attachment in the staff report. We have it up on the screen right now, September 27, 2022. I'm also happy to walk through some of their, some of the language and answer some questions. So the first recommendation was regarding the FEMA effective map, and in summary, what the Montecito Planning Commission was asking for was if the new effective map is implemented before the project is finished, they want the sound walls to be constructed outside the areas of the flood hazard overlay. And that would, of course, be reviewed by county flood control staff and made sure that it meets those requirements. So that was their request. If the new map allowed for the sound walls, they would want the sound walls to be built. The next one just kind of also went into that. It said the project shall be designed and constructed such that future sound walls can be accommodated. So in summary, if the project is built now, that's not going to prevent sound walls from being built at a later date. Third, their request was to have the Olive Mill roundabout be operational prior to construction of the Highway 101 project. So that one's pretty clear, and I think the applicants kind of addressed that. Number D, letter D, the Montecito Planning Commission asked that tree removal be minimized and on-site replanting be prioritized. Moving on to segment, not condition, but comment E. If the project does not include sound walls as part of the Highway 101 segment 4D, the safety barrier on top of the retaining wall along South Jamison Lane near the Rosewood Miramar Hotel should be that modified open barrier. And so in our presentation and in SBCAG's presentation, they kind of showed that they've already addressed that concern as well. And letter F was regarding reclaimed water. So the comment asked that reclaimed water be used to the maximum extent feasible for dust mitigation and for highway construction and irrigation for landscaping. And SBCAG, the applicant, has indicated that they're open to trying to collect as much reclaimed water at their construction support sites and using that for dust mitigation as much as feasible. And I'm sure they can provide some additional information. And I think that was our last comment, so I'm also happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
If I may, just a little elaboration, as Mr. Schmuckel had indicated, maybe starting on that last one. That was just a kind of a clarification so that the maximum extent feasible applied to both the highway construction and the irrigation. I think the way it was written, it looked like that wasn't applicable to the highway construction. And then up, if you continue up, I think next one. Yeah, I think That one was just a clarification to understand the difference. So you've heard a couple things today about the watershed study. That's a separate effort being undertaken by Flood Control with cooperation from Caltrans, looking at the broader watersheds in the Montecito area. We had extensive discussions at the Montecito Planning Commission that really started in the project area. And so you heard today from Mr. Irwin and the design team that the project is doing what it needs to do within the Caltrans right-of-way to upgrade those to certain standards, 100-year storms. And so that's being done with the project, and then future look and participation by Caltrans with the county will be done in the larger area as a separate effort.
Right. So, how would this, Mr. Schmuckel, how would the comments relate to the application? Would this go in the project description, the agreement to construct sound walls?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, if it's the will of the commission to include these recommendations from the Montecito Planning Commission, you can include it as conditions of approval for the project, or ask the applicant to include it in their project description, and that would ensure that these comments from the Montecito Planning Commission are being met. I think staff would just need clarification on if you are proposing the original language or the requested modified language from the applicant.
And staff has prepared to have on hand, in the case your commission wants it, draft condition language for this item A, and also for the use of reclaimed water. The other components are all effectively already incorporated into what Caltrans is doing.
Mr. Park, does that provide a basis for your questions, comments?
It does, and it raised another one. So on the first column, we have what the language that's in the Montecito Planning Commission resolution, that's what they came to. And then in blue is Mr. Luna, is that a suggestion of how you would like that to read?
Yeah, that is correct, Commissioner Park, through the chair. We formulated such that the original language was there on the left, and then what our requested modification on how we would like it to read to be more applicable and implementable.
Yeah, I kind of get why you're doing it. Grammatically, I think there's a verb missing or something. I'm not able to read that sentence very well, but that's something we can attend to. The question I had, if we could go to the very next page, is that possible, Mr. Schmuckel? Yeah. And up at the top, you can see it's still referring to the sound wall condition. And it basically states that the sound walls would only be constructed if highway construction has not yet been completed. So I guess if we didn't have a map change or something that allowed the sound walls until after the project was done, then there would be no sound walls. And that's kind of logical because, you know, you don't really want to come back and start up a whole new process and certainly go through us again and all that. I understand that. And so at first I thought, well, that's kind of tricky because maybe this isn't so meaningful, the requirement to have sound walls. On the other hand, I think I heard someone say today that the sound walls are generally constructed at the end, if I heard that correctly. But also, you're going to be having construction going on for a long time. And so maybe the maps will be reworked by then. I would imagine, and not being very politically astute, but I would imagine there's a great deal of pressure in Montecito on the first district office and through that to flood control and public works to really think hard about this maybe Mr. Griffin can report on that a little bit. And that'll probably bear fruit if it does sooner than the end date for construction of 4D. But anyway, I'd like a little bit more discussion of that piece and what it means. And I think since we do have someone from flood control, we probably ought to hear from them how this process works and what is likely to happen with the map and whether all this is meaningful.
Mr. Griffin?
Thank you. So prior to 2018, there's an effective FEMA map in place. After the debris flow, FEMA worked very hard in cooperation with County Flood Control to develop the recovery mapping. The recovery mapping was approved and adopted for use by the Board of Supervisors in June 2018. And since that time, there has been efforts by FEMA to redo the effective mapping. That's a long and tedious process. The best information I have is that won't be approved until 3 or 4 years.
Well, right there.
From now.
From now, yeah. And there's no guarantee that the effective mapping, the new effective mapping, would allow for flood walls. It would just allow for the consideration of flood walls.
Okay, thank you.
Sound walls, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want them to be flood walls. Okay, so we have a timing dilemma, I think.
Could he come
term-
back? Some questions of Mr. Griffin?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to preclude questions, Mr. Griffin.
So I'm a rank amateur at this. That's why I'm on the Planning Commission. But I'm still not quite understanding the process. Is it completely up to FEMA whether we can allow sound walls there, or does flood control or somebody else in the county have some discretion as to taking FEMA findings and deciding what to do with it?
Sure. The mapping is a FEMA product and a FEMA process.
Right.
The implementation of our local ordinances is a flood control process. And so currently, we're applying the recovery mapping to segment 4D as proposed.
That's kind of an interim.
It was intended to be temporary, yeah, until the new mapping was created.
Well, does somebody in this county have the authority to say, well, regardless of what FEMA does in 3 or 4 years, if it takes that long, we're going to allow some sort of sound wall that incorporates some engineering design that hopefully deals with some of these floods as well as debris flows, and say, go forward with good luck?
No, we think that the use of the recovery mapping is still the best available information, and we'd apply that.
I appreciate your answer, but it wasn't responsive to my question.
Okay.
My question was authority within this county, whether it's the board changing an ordinance or flood control changing a policy or somebody doing something. And I need to know that because I can't vote on this other than to say no or something like that until I understand what that authority is. And maybe
So, I
I'm
mean, there
asking
may
the
be
wrong person.
authorities beyond our, flood control plane regulations. We wouldn't be supportive of that approach. County flood control would not be.
No, I understand what your position is. My question is as to authority. So maybe somebody who wants to answer that and can, let's go ahead.
Okay. Thanks. I think,
Yeah.
any other questions of
Thank you.
Mr. Griffin? Let
No,
him go.
Well, no, it's probably Mr. Lerner, sorry. Just, you asked that this condition only be in place up until the point the highway construction project is completed, right? Because you don't want to go back and do, what?
Yeah, that's not Mr. Griffin's.
I know, I meant
Okay.
Mr. Lerner.
So, Mr. Griffin, we don't have any more questions of
Sorry.
you right now.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Don't wander away, though.
I won't.
Go ahead, sorry.
It's probably already been answered. It's essentially what Commissioner Park said. You can't go back and do these sound, and I don't want to get into deliberations, but to me, it's very clear. We're right in a consistent time frame between when the recovery mapping is going to be replaced by FEMA mapping that's reliable and has flood control support, and the Board of Supervisors approve that, and when you guys are finishing construction, and you know what that says, that allows you the decision to do the sound walls, right? So the way this condition is worded seems to hit both constraints, fairly, because you're waiting also, right? You're waiting for flood controls determination based on the new FEMA maps, right?
Yes, that's correct. And I think the addition that we added as a project team, Commissioner Bridley through the chair, was that to add that timing component, because the project will be out there for a specific timeline. And it's not, we're not certain when the decision on the new mapping would, or what the outcome would be, in that particular case. But there would be potentially an opportunity if everything aligned and, it's shown that the sound walls were no longer causing the rise in the floodplain, in the flood hazard area, then they could be considered for implementation in those areas. And then I think we made it more specific to the sound walls that were identified in the EIR. I don't think that was clear because, as we mentioned before, there's a federal process that the team followed to identify 4 sound walls that were in the segment that no longer are.
And tagging on to what Commissioner Park said, the sound walls are usually the last component, right? It's after you've done your cross-section of the pavement and everything else. They're sort of the last component with landscaping anyway. So you could...
Typically, yes, because in a constrained environment, the contractor wants to kind of maximize access to the work areas and such, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm anticipating, this is a difficult situation, first of all, and it can go a number of ways, but your team has suggested several times that an important component of the project is to get funding for the first or second phase, I guess, the second phase of 4D. And you're going to go into that process without knowing whether you have a sound wall aspect to it or not. Did you, in terms of the funding that's been assured for the first phase of 4D, do you have any funding there for putting in sound walls if, say, the FEMA map came out quickly?
So I'll answer that in this particular way, that the applications have been submitted now for a funding determination next summer. And so the project that was applied for obviously is the project that the Planning Commission is considering, no sound walls today. I think the question was that is there funding potentially for the addition of sound walls? And so we do have a match from local sources that could be utilized for that potential. But once we get a certain state funding grant on the competitive, that's kind of a fixed amount. So everything matched to that would be from other sources that would have to be considered, or any cost savings that are gained through the project construction.
So we're narrowing the scope of what you could commit to today by indicating a time frame, end of project. But isn't there also this funding aspect of it? Because you're not going to be assured potentially, I guess you can apply, and dependent on this future event of the map and the measurement of the water rise could be used. So I'm trying to not be too vague in terms of what we approve. So everybody, the county knows, and SB CAG knows, and everything, that we're going into this a little bit on faith that if sound walls become available, what they look like, what they cost, how they're implemented, all of those things are up in the air. And maybe we need time to redraft the potential for that if a majority of the commission would support that outcome. So if I've misstated it, please let me know.
Well, I think our team would benefit from some time if the commission wants us to look into, like, for instance, we have explored what the cost of the sound wall, what the sound walls cost and how they were removed from the project. So if we would come back, we could come back with a number, and if that seems reasonable, that we could, at some point in the future, set aside some money if it comes to be, then that's something we could commit to, but we'd have to look into that. Yeah.
Understood. Commissioner Bradley, question?
Well, just, I'm wondering if, we're a little bit of chicken and egg. We've heard that they are willing to do a number of measures that we've seen in this helpful attachment to the report. I mean, do you want to ask the commission to opine on each one of these things so they know what they really need to drill down on in terms of saying yes or no or coming back?
Sure.
Is it a straw vote thing?
Yes,
or-
I think we're aiming for another meeting to finalize this a month from now. Finalize our role. There are other steps. So we could poll the commission now for the benefit of the applicant to indicate whether we are in agreement with your comments, for example, or whether we feel something additional ought to be included.
That would be great. And then I also like to add that we have had some discussions during the meeting on Mr. Woolbrandt's comments, and so we have the ability to speak to at least a couple of those whenever you want us to.
Good. Well, why don't we finish with the
Yeah,
sound wall
I just wanted to
discussion?
mention that
No,
as you were kind of trying to
Glad you did.
wrap it up. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's have input, if any. I mean, I think there's reason in the comments supplied by SBCAG, and Mr. Schmuckel has gone through them, but does staff have any comment before the commissioners add theirs on this sound wall issue?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, I think we don't necessarily have comment, but I think that for the next Planning Commission meeting, we will bring back conditions that include the Montecito Planning Commission's recommendations with like timing aspects and things like that that we need for our own condition language. So that's my only comment.
Okay.
And so we're happy to do that if that's the direction of your commission. I do think it's worth reiterating, just for everyone's consideration, that the sound walls aren't required due to a CEQA impact. There is a desire by the community to have them, but they aren't required due to a specific CEQA impact as analyzed in the EIR.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Liu. Commissioners' comments on where things stand in terms of the exchange of conditions regarding the sound walls. Commissioner Park.
Okay. A general point is that sometimes I find staff reports a little confusing as to what the Planning Commission's discretion is and is not. Just because the applicant has certified an environmental document doesn't mean that we have to approve it. We have some say as to whether it adequately treats the issues or not. And I personally come to the conclusion, and I'm not going to argue this as a lawyer, that's Ms. Richardson's job, and it would take too long, but my conclusion is that the noise is a significant impact. It's not insignificant. It's only discussed on pages 28, 29, and 30 of the reevaluation, which is pretty light. And what that says is that, well, you know, it's noisy without the sound walls. It's noisy right now, and adding another lane isn't going to make it any worse. I'm paraphrasing it. That's what it says. So we don't really need sound walls. But you know, as a veteran of the freeway wars for decades and decades and decades, that's always been a discussion. You know, if you build it, they will come. If you build the more capacity, you'll get more traffic usage, and you'll have more traffic volume, and that's what creates the noise and so on and so forth. So since it hasn't been analyzed in any granular detail or any detail at all in any environmental document I've seen, I think that's a conclusion one could reach, that if you add more lanes, you're going to have more noise, and you'll have to deal with it. We had a project description that included the sound walls, okay, and that's why noise wasn't really analyzed very much in the original EIR documents, but that's a change. It's a change in the project description. And now one has to look at the reevaluation and say, does it adequately study the removal of the sound wall part of the project? So I come to a different conclusion. I conclude that it is a significant impact. I also believe that we have policies in the Montecito community plan that deal with this, and they're identified in the staff report. And one is that you deal with noise, and then the second one is that you deal with noise by having some sort of shielding or other thing. And I think that the applicants made a good point that you deal with noise to a significant degree with the continuous use of the concrete as opposed to the current expansion joints and other things. But then there's the question of what's adequate. So I think there is a legal basis for requiring sound walls. And that's the position I would take. I don't want to stop the project, but I want this project to have the sound walls, and I think we can require that. I also, frankly, don't want to be remembered 15 years from now, because I don't think anybody will remember me, but they will remember me if I'm a member of the Planning Commission that it gets blamed for a situation, an anomalous situation that people won't understand the logic of very well 15 years from now, that says, well, you know, they had sound walls in Carpinteria and they had them on Salinas Street, but they picked on Montecito and left them out for us. And what a crazy thing. And why didn't those planning commissioners figure out a better way to do it? So there you go. I want to have this stuff. I don't really agree with the statement that the sound walls should only be required if somehow there's a change in the mapping before construction is complete, because Mr. Griffin has just pointed out that FEMA may not change its maps. I asked a question about the authority of the county to do anything and who sets the policy. No one has stepped up to the plate to answer my question, and I don't want to be forced into a situation of making a decision before I hear the answer to that situation. I personally would just as well favor a condition of approval that says, thou shalt build the sound walls, but you can seek relief from that requirement if at the time of construction of the sound walls, the county does not allow them. I don't think we've heard that FEMA says you can't do anything. I think what we've heard is flood control says you can't do it. And I need to know more about that. So I hope that states my position, Commissioner Cooney.
It does. You know, we're tripping across the line to deliberations, and it's okay. We're trying to get as good a guidance to the applicant as possible, so it's not a problem that you proposed an ordinance change, but...
Well, one reason I wanted to address it at some length is my logic is different than what I think I've heard from staff, that we're just doing this to appease Montecito. No, we're not. I have a reason to do it that I think is justified in what our authority is to do.
Mr. Griffin, you have a comment?
Sure. So to respond to Mr. Park's comments, the County Board of Supervisors would need to adopt the new mapping or adopt or authorize a change in the mapping that's being reviewed. And I'll also point out that even if new mapping is adopted, if an analysis shows that it's in conflict with our floodplain ordinance, that puts, and they want us to proceed with a project that is in conflict with that floodplain ordinance, that puts into jeopardy our rating. We participate in FEMA's community rating system, which provides us, reduced flood insurance rates. So if we go against what's in our floodplain ordinance, we could be demoted in that program, and that's a big risk to the county.
Noted. Thank you. Okay. With respect, let's get back to the condition of the Montecito recommendation to us and our reaction to it. We've heard staff's position, and we've heard from the applicant that they have some comments about it. They want more time to decide how to word it, and I think that's appropriate. But with respect to Montecito's conditions, do you wish to express an opinion or wait for a motion?
We're in deliberation, correct?
Right.
Yes, yes. So I actually concur with really everything that Caltrans and SBCAG has outlined here. I don't actually agree with Commissioner Park in terms of the presumption of sound impacts, and I'm very familiar with the firm's process and what happens with FEMA mapping, and it is so much more complicated than any one of us in this room probably understands, except for Mr. Griffin. So I don't want to dive down into presumptions about that, and I think that SBCAG and Caltrans are willing to meet many of the intent of the Montecito Planning Commission, and Montecito Planning Commission did approve this project with these recommendations that really say, if there's any way you can, given these other constraints of FEMA mapping, please do this, and you're saying you can as long as you haven't finished the project. So I find that highly acceptable in terms of, sending this off on its way, and I am, I'm not going to drill down into noise impact analysis, because I was involved with this project actually 32 years ago as part of the Parsons-Brinkerhoff team when we were trying to figure out how not to add a third lane at all. So I've seen this through tons of changes. I'm happy that it's here. I think that the team did a very good presentation. I think staff did an outstanding presentation in taking something that is probably one of the most complicated capital projects you're ever going to see in our lifetime, and getting through it, through all those steps at Montecito Planning Commission and the community and our hearing today. So it seems to me where we are is, as Commissioner Cooney has outlined for us, is going through these steps, and really 3 or 4 of them, the applicant, item D, E, they've already done with the sound wall adjustment, and then item A through C need a little more time to work up a condition of approval. So my position would be to support your comments for changes to it, because I think that's very reasonable, and I actually think that I could defend that with anyone on the Montecito Planning Commission and anyone in the community. That's my thoughts on that topic. Do we want to go to anything else?
Well, let's conclude on this. We're already talking about a time extension to the date reserved in December, but I think it is helpful to hear from the commission as to our current feeling based on what effort you have made to capsulate this sound wall issue. I want to hear from Commissioner Martinez, and then I'll add some comments.
Well, I think the comments thus far from the commission have saturated both sides of it in regards to this issue. But I look forward to, working together and coming back. I look forward to those comments, and those are my comments really right now. Thank you.
Okay. Well, finally, I agree with the general notion that the approach of staff and the applicant is to work with the Montecito recommendations, put them in the best shape that you can in the next month for the commission to consider, and we'll have a follow-up hearing on these. I have every confidence they'll be acceptable to this commission if they're the joint recommendation. As far as Commissioner Park is concerned, in an ideal world, we maybe should have done some more environmental work with respect to the change from sound walls to no sound walls. But it's just not a practical solution at this point to go back and go through the many, many difficult steps of environmental review, modification. And I don't think we have to do that to make this the best possible project. So I wouldn't support the conclusion that was suggested by my co-commissioner, but the spirit of it, I certainly do. And to the extent what we're doing is impacting the, or mitigating against the noise issue is laudable, and we ought to continue in that line. So on this subject, any further comments from the applicant?
We will work with the county P&D staff, and as they've want us to provide input on the conditions as they're being developed for your consideration next month.
Great, that's great. So let's jump then to the issue presented by Mr. Wolbrand on behalf of his client, that we should take some steps to condition or limit the ability to use the batch plant as it's been used up to this point. Council.
Chair and Commissioners, just before we move on, I wanted to say a little bit about CEQA, just because we're in a little bit of a different situation with this project than the projects the Commission normally sees. And that's because Caltrans is the lead agency here, and the county is a responsible agency. So in terms of CEQA, Caltrans has prepared and approved an addendum, and the county can only require additional CEQA analysis if one of the triggers in section 15162 have been met. And in looking at those elements of 15162, it would be things that have occurred since the Caltrans addendum was approved. So it's just a little bit of a different framework. So if the commission is interested in adding sound walls or other conditions, I would encourage you to rely on comprehensive plan consistency or other non-CEQA bases to the extent you can.
Questions of council?
No, I just want to clarify. I think that, well, it's not up there anymore, but the slide that was up there, Ms. Silva's chart of the original language, the modification suggested by the applicant, and the comments that what I call the blue language, which was this thing, that's already, you know, a large way on the path to resolving this and resolving it quickly, you know, like next month. And that's a commendable effort, I think, by the applicant. It needs some more work. I think it actually is more benign than the comments next to it. It doesn't have a durational requirement. And so I think the applicant, everybody will want to work on it, but it gives us something to work from. So we're not so far from getting where we want to be. We may come at it at different directions, but I think we'll reach agreement there and with the applicant. Do we want to, do you want discussion now of the other issue? Are you
Well,
inviting
yes.
that, or?
No, I think we need to turn to that. A few minutes ago, maybe an hour now, Mr. Luna suggested that the applicant has some comments with respect to what was suggested, and I'd like to hear those.
Okay, so Joe Irwin, our corridor manager, has been in contact with some of our construction teams, and if you guys have the letter, maybe you can put that up, or Joe, I have it here on my cell phone, maybe you can just go through some of these. So as the first one that I see as far as reasonable conditions as proposed by CalProp, cell phone and text messaging, I think we have a suggestion regarding that.
If you don't have it, you can put this up.
I can go either way.
You got the email from staff though, right? Maybe you want to go through each one. From David.
I can, or go. Yeah.
for you in an instant. I pay good money to an assistant, so I don't have to do it.
Okay, so once again, Joe Irwin, Corridor Manager with Caltrans.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. So yeah, Fred was right. I was able to reach out quickly to our construction group to try and get a read on some of these to see. First and foremost, when I was giving the presentation, I mean, I was serious when I was saying that we are a neighbor, right? We're a neighbor to a lot of people that live along the freeway right away, and we are committed to being as good of a neighbor as we can. We also understand this is heavy civil construction, right? This isn't a ballet. This is very large pieces of equipment and a lot of heavy materials being moved around. So there will, at times, be significant noise. But at this location, this temporary location, which will be removed, it will be removed at the completion of the 4D. We can take some additional steps if it helps the commission to feel more comfortable with approving this project. But I wanted to go through some of these points here and try to address them the best I can, and then some of them revisit if we need to at the next meeting. But first and foremost, the cell phone numbers for our construction workers, we cannot make that available out to individual members of the public. But what we have done, and we will continue to commit to doing, is having our point of contact, having our public information officer be able to field those comments. And I think we've proven, even through some of the comments today, that yes, it takes a day or two to get the early morning message to the construction team, find out what can be done and what can be changed, vet those out, and then institute those changes. Yes, it takes a couple of days to do that, but we are committed to making those changes when they're brought up to us, like the backup alarms on vehicles or the routes through the construction support site that those vehicles take, modifying those things. So for the first one, being able to make those cell phone numbers available, we can't do that, and we can't commit to doing that. But beyond that, there is potential technology that we can include at the construction support site to address the concerns of our neighbors, do noise monitoring on the property line of our facility, if that is something that would ease the concerns of the commission. Moving down to the second one, I believe that in the comments we have started to address those or are addressing those, and so we'll continue to look at ways to minimize the use of those backup beepers as we've done and as we've shown we have been doing. Further down to the number 3, the noise producing activities, I believe that we have the appropriate amount of work window right now. And so I'm not comfortable with taking that reduction in productivity on that, because that's going to extend out the duration of the use of that batch plant. If we start to limit and go to smaller and smaller work windows, the duration of work is going to extend, and we're going to be in construction impacting everybody that uses the corridor much, much longer. So I'm not comfortable in accepting that today. And we're not asking for a change from what was previously approved in terms of the work window restrictions that we have there now. Moving to the next one, the number 4, shielding, appropriate acoustic shielding. The project team can look into technology that's available to do acoustic shielding, but it can only be temporary in nature. We can't put in a permanent sound wall on the construction support site. First, because it would only be there for a number of years. And second, I'm being told from our construction staff, there is potentially technology that can be deployed on, say, like scaffolding with noise blankets placed alongside it that will dampen or reduce the amount of noise that leaves the construction site. So that's something that the construction team can look deeper and further into and then address at our next meeting. But that also addresses the last one, number 5. We're not going to be able to put in a permanent wall with aesthetics or landscaping, because as we know, this is only going to be there for another, 4 years or less. And the amount of time for that landscaping to become mature wouldn't be there to make this a worthwhile investment of the taxpayers' dollars. So.
Thank you. Mr. Irwin, let's
Question of,
let's ask questions. Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Mr. Irwin, looking right there at number 3, as you called it, did you call it the time window, or no? What was the phrase you used? Work window.
Work window.
Work window. Okay, and so your work window now is what is it again? Will you refresh my recollection?
I believe we're working under, and
Commissioner Park, through the chair, currently, the project, it allows them to do 12 hours per day, up to 12 hours per day of use of the batch plant. But there isn't a limit on what hours of the day that can occur.
And that was going to be my next question, because I've still never read this letter, so I'm going from a memory of what Mr. Wilbrandt said. Is I think he said that the hours of the day are like not the hours of the day, they're the hours of the night that this operates. And I can imagine that would be a worse thing than hours of the day. And you see where he proposes it should be between 8 and 10 p.m. So what's your response to that part? I know you don't want to shorten the work window to 8 hours, but what about changing the hours of operation? I didn't hear anything from you on that regard.
yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the concrete paving that we have to do requires concrete trucks being filled at the batch plant and then crossing into the highway and then slowing down and then getting off of the highway. And so to be able to do that during the day would require us to impact and potentially take, or not even potentially, but to take a lane from 101. And one of our core principles on the implementation of these projects through the corridor is that we are not doing lane closures during peak hours or during the day. And unfortunately, concrete, once you batch it, you have to then pour it relatively quickly, and you can't do the batching operation and then hold on to it until the nighttime hours to then go and pour it. So once you batch it, it has to be placed into trucks and then sent out to the job site. And so all of that work, because of the impact to traffic, has to be done at night.
Well, this is the kind of clear, practical information we need to be talking about with regard to these things. And so I'll go on to the acoustic shielding. I'll tell you what I don't know. I mean, I know you're doing concrete, and it sounds like you're doing some recycling of concrete right on site. The grinding is happening right there?
That's on the other side of the freeway, on the northbound side.
Oh, the
of
grinding occurs over there, and then it's
Yes,
ground and then
it
brought
occurs.
over?
Yeah, it occurs over on the northbound side in between the off-ramp and the northbound lanes.
Okay. So I get the general idea of concern about noise, but I personally don't quite understand what is it that makes noise and what can be shielded and what can't and what works. So I think it will be best if the applicant has the ability to prepare some alternative to these suggested modifications to conditions of approval, and it's something that we can work on in our December meeting. I mean, you could provide the information that I pointed out is missing somewhat.
Commissioner Martinez.
Well, excuse me. I looked in the county presentation, and there's all mitigation measures from the addendum for the batch plant will continue to apply. I don't have any clear understanding of what that addendum is. But from this letter, it doesn't seem like there's any mitigation as to those who are surrounded or live by the batch plant get any accommodation whatsoever. Now, from what I'm hearing, I don't agree with the term temporary, especially if you add what has already existed before to today and put it through 2026. That's not temporary. If my backyard, that's a decade. That's a long time to deal with it. I deal with the oil industries where they have drill trucks going in the middle of neighborhoods where there's sound walls where you don't even know they're there. So for the actions of someone to say, well, we're not going to put up walls to at least do some sound barriers to at least try to mitigate those things, I'll be honest with you, I'm not happy with hearing that. If I lived next to this and they said this was only going to be for a phase, it's not a phase. And so I don't agree with the term temporary. I'll be frank with you on that. I don't. So I thought number 4 was going to be the answer to at least the effort to at least address something and meet something halfway. I can understand they may not look nice, but I think if I'm living next to something, I'm not counting on something looking nice. I'm counting on something where, of all hours of the day, something is going to be heard. And I don't expect somebody to take out the backing beeps. That's safety. That's OSHA. You got all those requirements that are going to come down on you. But I just thought I'd let my opinion be known in regards to that. Thank you.
Mr. Irwin, in terms of the activities there, I've had maybe a greater chance than my fellow commissioners to see it from day to day. And I do know about the freeway northbound being impacted by the plant that's there. Mr. Wolbrandt, produced photos of that activity. Is that done in the evening, or is that a daytime exercise generally?
The concrete crushing or
Yes.
that's on the northbound side. That's opposite of the photos that were shared. The
Okay.
photos that I saw were all of the batching plant that's on the southbound side.
Well, you didn't see, there was one with a conveyor belt going up, and I think that Mr. Wolbrandt explained that's where the existing or old concrete that goes up and gets ground. The grinding is done on the south as well?
No, the grinding of the old concrete pavement is done on the northbound side.
Okay, so I'm sorry if I asked the wrong question, but all I'm trying to do is find out if that's a daytime activity or a nighttime activity.
I'll have to circle back with the team if they've been doing any of the grinding and the crushing at night. So I'll circle back on it, but my understanding is that typically that because it is off-site and it is trucks brought in there to unload the material, that most of that would be done. I'd have to circle back to give you a firm answer on that. But
I'm not necessarily suggesting that it should be done one time or another, but I'm trying to minimize the amount of noise that occurs at any given time. So really, if it's a daytime activity, we could say that, that whatever is feasible in terms of noise-making activities is done during the day. And you've explained why the basic cement trucks hauling the cement has to be done at night.
right, and so let me circle back with the team and get you a clear answer on that. But my understanding would be that if the trucks entering and exiting the highway are the issue, then it may also be times where those trucks have to come and unload the material at night.
Okay.
But the crushing of that material could happen during the day. But some trucks bringing broken up concrete would have to do that at night because they'd be crossing from the center of the highway or from one side of the highway to the other. And so there would be some operations of some sort at that facility at night, but crushing of material could be potentially aligned with daytime hours.
Well, I think if you describe the activities in terms of what's feasible, not to turn it upside down and do it differently just because, but emphasize noise making activities and do as much as feasible during the daytime, because that is a time when it's less intrusive.
Sure.
And when everything else quiets down.
Understood. And if I may, to the point of the sound barriers, Commissioner Martinez, the temporary sound barriers that I'm going to circle back with the team. We're going to see what technology is available that can help to reduce that. But they're not going to be perfect, right? They're not going to muffle and completely block out sounds. What we see with sound wall studies is that the benefit from a sound wall is only felt by properties a few hundred feet directly behind that sound wall. So once you get beyond a few hundred feet into the 300, 400, 500 foot range, there is no more sound attenuation that's provided by those sound barriers. So the example of a house right next to the sound wall, yes, they would have a reduction. But if we place a sound barrier or some sound attenuation device, like a wall, next to the construction support site, the properties that are to the south of that site, if they're more than a few hundred feet away, they are not going to get as much benefit as I believe they may be anticipating by including those kinds of barriers.
Well, I know you're a contractor, and I think discussions about today's concern with the noise of the operations will be helpful to you. So we can certainly keep an open mind until our next meeting. Have we left anything off that we should consider before we move to continue this? Mr. Schmuckel.
Commissioner Cooney and members, Chair Cooney, members of the commission, I think we've covered everything. I think we're good. Thank you.
I will just comment that the spirit with which all of these subjects have been addressed today is laudable, and staff and the applicant have worked very closely together, and I'm confident that what we see in December will be improved as far as we're concerned. So we're looking forward to that. Mr. Wilson, any last comment?
Chair and Commissioners, I just wanted to highlight what staff has mentioned already, and I think Mr. Wilbrand's already put it in his letter that any potential conditions related to this batch plant would only be effective during activities in segment 4D. So we just want to make sure we're all on the same page as we leave today and come back.
And the second part of that sentence is that any desire of Caltrans or the applicant to extend the time to apply to the last phase of the construction would require a new application to modify what they have now. Oh, Commissioner Park, last comment?
Yeah, I think it sounds like we're wrapping this up for today.
We're about to have
And
a
we're going to
motion
continue it. So just as a housekeeping matter, as I sit here and think about names that I recognize and it sort of sinks in who they are, I realize my firm represented CalProp before Mr. Wilbrand's firm 10, 15 years ago. Prior to 2007. Okay, well, anyway. And so I just wanted to disclose that. I don't think under the FPPC regs that I've got a conflict of interest and need to recuse myself, but I want to at least disclose that to the applicants. If they feel differently, send us a communication before the next meeting. And I think even going to the other names that I heard today, Mr. McKenzie was best friends with my mentor and may have been a client of the firm. I've certainly known him for 45 years, and even Mr. Smigel, and I think members of his family, I've known them, I can't remember how. I think it was either they were clients or on the other side of something. So there you go. I've disclosed of it. Make of it what you will.
Okay, your turn. Hold it. Let's hear from council.
Just briefly, Chair Cooney and Commissioner, it sounds like you haven't received income within the last year, but maybe if, as you think through names, if you could reach out to me and we can talk. But otherwise, it sounds like you meet the FPPC requirements.
That is my wife's complaint, that I haven't received any income in the last year, other than my massive stipend for my day serving in the.
You put for the gas reimbursement. Sorry. Okay. In all seriousness, how about, so 4E is in the city of Santa Barbara, so we don't have permit authority over 4E, even though 4E may need the construction support site to operate. Do I have that right? So that would be a permit through the city of Santa Barbara for an off-site amenity for the project, I guess.
So Commissioner Briley, through the chair, my understanding, and I think staff is otherwise engaged, but my understanding is that if they wanted to, whatever is within the city limits, that would be an application through the city. However, if this batch plant is wanting to be tied with the improvements to the city, that would be a separate permit through the county. Because it's in the county area, so they would have to come and ask for it to remain longer beyond segment 4D. So that's the clarification that Chair Cooney was indicating.
Okay, just like, sometimes projects span a jurisdictional line, so that's where you are here. Okay, thanks.
Any final comments, Commissioner Martinez? Okay, then we need a motion to continue this to the hearing of the 7th of December? 14th. Okay, great. Is that your motion, Commissioner?
Yes,
Park?
so moved that we continue this hearing to December 14. I don't think any further instructions to staff are necessary.
No.
With regard to this. And I echo the comments about appreciating the collaborative nature of the work by the applicant and others here.
Second to the motion, Commissioner Briley.
I'll second that, yeah,
Thank you very much.
cheerfully.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any further comments about the motion? No. Okay. Carried, 4-0. All right. Let's take 5 minutes and give staff for item number 2 the opportunity to set up. We are back on the record. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 2nd of November, and we have reached item 2. So if you will read that into the record, Mr. Villalobos, we'll get started.
I'm happy to do so. The following is a hearing on the request of the County of Santa Barbara Planning and Development Department for the County Planning Commission to consider adopting ordinance case numbers 22 ORD 4 and 5, and determine that ordinance case number 22 ORD 4 is exempt provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to section 15061B3, the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA, and determine that ordinance case number 22 ORD 5 is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3 and 15265 of the state guidelines for implementation of CEQA.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clement, welcome.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Cooney and Commissioners. My name is Karina Venegas, and today I will be presenting the proposed child care facilities and minor ordinance amendments for your Commission's consideration. In September of last year, the Board requested Planning and Development staff to prioritize and prepare zoning ordinance amendments that would include provisions and incentives for the development of child care facilities. And accordingly, staff prepared amendments to update existing family daycare home regulations to comply with state law changes, introduce a low-level permit option for smaller daycare centers of 50 children or less with a land use permit, relax existing development standards for daycare centers in or at public or quasi-public facilities used for assembly uses, such as schools, churches, offices, and/or community centers, and specified parking standards that would apply to daycare centers serving adults and children. In 2019, Senate Bill 234 amended Health and Safety Code Section 1596.78 to require a large family daycare home to be treated as a residential use of property for purposes of all local ordinances. To comply with state law, staff revised the permit requirements for large family daycare homes serving children to allow them by right in all dwellings regardless of the zoning district, and revised the existing family daycare home glossary definitions to clarify between homes serving adults and children. In addition, staff revised the existing daycare center regulations and development standards to help incentivize childcare and reduce barriers for operators. These revised regulations would allow daycare centers serving up to and including 50 children on commercially zoned properties and residentially zoned properties operating accessory to assembly uses with an LUP. No changes are proposed to daycare centers operating as an accessory to a dwelling, which would remain subject to a minor conditional use permit. Currently, a minor CUP is required to allow a daycare center as a principal use in non-residential zones. However, with the proposed changes, smaller daycare centers serving up to and including 50 children may be allowed with an LUP. And lastly, daycare centers would be subject to specified parking standards with the potential to request a reduction in parking spaces with the submittal of a parking study, and is subject to a minor CUP. As explained further in the proposed ordinance, the parking study would need to set forth substantial evidence to support a reduction in the required parking. For example, the daycare center involves clients that do not have access to automobiles. The proposed ordinance amendments also include minor amendments to the LUDC and Article 2 that are the subject of the County Planning Commission's recommendation to the Board. The following table identifies all of the minor amendments to the zoning ordinances that the Board will consider. As shown in the table on the last slide, the LUDC ordinance amendments include the following: allow electric vehicle charging stations and hydrogen fueling stations as defined in and that comply with Government Code Section 65850.07 without a zoning permit. Clarify an error in Table 13 of Section 35.24.030.a to allow home occupations within dwellings in the community mixed-use Los Alamos zone. Delete section 35.42.180, historical parks, and revise the definition of automobile service station. The following minor amendments to Article 2 listed on this slide are subject to your Commission's recommendation to the Board. As you can see from this slide, in addition to the EV charging stations and hydrogen filling stations that were already mentioned, the Article 2 amendments include a number of minor changes to correct typos and make clarifications to existing regulations. The proposed ordinance amendments to Article 2 and the LUDC are recommended to be determined exempt from environmental review, as they would not result in any new significant impacts or increase the severity of previously considered impacts. As a result, no new environmental document is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15061B3, 15265, and 15301P. After publishing the staff report for today's hearing, staff discovered a minor error in section 2.2.1 of the CPC staff report. Recommended action 2.2.1 is amended to remove the reference to attachment X as shown on this slide. The recommended actions for the LUDC amendments are shown on this slide, and they are to make the required findings for approval and CEQA findings, determine that the proposed LUDC ordinance amendments are exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and adopt a resolution and recommend approval of the LUDC amendments and make a recommendation that the board adopt the proposed amendments. Similarly, the recommendations for the Article 2 ordinance amendments are listed on this slide with the corrected action. To summarize, the recommendations are again to make the required findings for approval and CEQA findings, determine that the proposed Article 2 ordinance amendments are exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and adopt a resolution and recommend approval of the Article 2 amendments and make a recommendation that the board adopt the proposed amendments. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Venegas. I think we followed all, but there may be some questions from commissioners. Commissioner Park?
I have two completely unrelated questions. First relates to the daycare centers, and what I recall from the first page. Excellent report. It just was kind of a blur to me because it covers a lot of material quickly. Not your fault. It's just what it is. And so we have a kind of a new definition. It looks like it's mandated by the state that residential zones, that these daycare centers are considered a use appropriate for residential zones. And then I thought the next page had some size limits for certain things. 50 children or more than 50 children requires something. Maybe it was a minor CUP. Is that also in these residential zones? I mean, if there's more than 50 kids in a residential zone, does that one require a minor CUP?
Chair Cooney, Commissioners, so the definition that was revised is referring to the large family daycare home. It doesn't revise the daycare center definition. So those are two separate types of
Would you distinguish the
childcare.
two? What's the difference between the two? So I'm not guessing.
So the daycare home is referring to either a small or large family daycare home that's within a residential use, or within a residence, and that's the use that is permitted and exempt by state law. And then there's the other type of use, which would be a child care center, or also known as a daycare center, and that's where the 51 and up for a minor CUP comes into play, or a smaller center could come in that's up to 50 or less and can get a LUP.
So what's a family daycare home? I don't know what the difference is.
So essentially it would be within a residence versus non-residence. A daycare center can be accessory to a residence, but then they would be subject to a minor CUP.
Okay,
A-
so if you have a daycare center that's accessory to a residence, is that same thing as a family daycare home? Oh, it's
No.
not, okay.
Yes.
I'm still not understanding the difference.
Just give me 1 moment. I'm going to pull up the definition. So for a family daycare home, according to the state, a one-family dwelling whose regular and permanent occupants provides on a regular basis care, and then it goes on to distinguish between either a large or small. A large family daycare home is a daycare facility that provides care for 7 to 14 children. And then a small family daycare home is a facility that would provide care for 6 or fewer.
But that same home could have a daycare center accessory to a residence and have up to 50 without getting a minor CUP?
Can you?
I think it is. Maybe I'm forgetting to speak into it. Simple explanation.
So with the state's license, I don't think that they would permit a family daycare home, whether it be small or large, and then also a daycare center in addition to a residence. I'm sure that the state would have certain provisions that would need to be met or size requirements before they could license such facilities or multiple facilities.
I'm going to move on to my second question.
Okay.
The major vegetation removal, I don't actually have any idea what that's all about, but it sounds very intriguing. Do we already have a major vegetation removal ordinance? And then we're adding a definition of what it is, or what's going on?
Yes, Commissioner Park, through the chair. The definition of major vegetation removal actually resides in our coastal land use plan in a footnote. And it's important because in the definition of development in the Coastal Act, it describes various types of uses or actual physical development that qualifies as development, and they use the term major brush removal. And then the Coastal Commission has also published guidance documents about how to interpret that, for example, in the context of agricultural uses. So it's an important definition that's used for determining what sort of vegetation removal activities warrant a coastal development permit. What we're proposing to do today is not change the definition at all. It's just the definition currently resides only in that footnote in the coastal land use plan, so it can be easily missed. And the phrase is actually used in the Articles 2 zoning ordinance. So what we want to do is just repeat the definition verbatim in the Article 2 zoning ordinance where it's actually used.
Got it. So we're already regulating it. This is just kind of making it easier to figure out what the regulation is.
That's correct. And I should clarify that County Grading Ordinance 9A specifies how vegetation removal is regulated in terms of a grading permit and stuff like that. We're not touching any of that.
Could you give me an example, just make it up, of what a major vegetation removal would be, so I better understand?
Yeah, so let's say you're on the Gaviota Coast and you have an acre of, over an acre of, vegetation that includes both native and non-native vegetation. That is considered development pursuant to the Coastal Act definition, and thereby requires a coastal development permit from us. However, in order to make sure that certain normal agricultural activities do not get captured by this, as I mentioned, County Grading Ordinance 9A has the specification as to what is considered agricultural grading, doesn't require a coastal development permit, so.
Got it. So kind of what you're looking for is, you don't want somebody who's sort of as a activity preliminary to some kind of development program, clearing all the vegetation off and then coming back to you a year or two later and saying, see here, it's nothing there.
Yeah, one specific incident that the Coastal Commission tried to address in their guidance document is in situations where you have lands that go fallow for a period of land and you come back and then let's say a lot of rural vegetation takes over, and you come back and you take that out. They don't want that to be captured as new vegetation removal, thereby warranting the coastal development permit. I would say Coastal Commission staff believes that whenever you expand an agricultural operation, you're expanding the development, and regardless of whether or not you're removing enough vegetation to qualify as major vegetation removal, that is an expansion in the existing use, and that in and of itself requires a coastal development permit, according to their guidance document. But once again, we're not changing any of that. We're not changing their guidance. We're not changing our permitting procedures, just repeating the definition.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Other commissioner questions? Commissioner Martinez.
Yes, good afternoon. There, in the original request, there was reference on page 4, where it says the proposed ordinance amendments will allow daycare centers serving up to 50 children on commercially zoned properties and residentially zoned properties with assembly uses with an LUP in compliance with section 35.472.110. But when I'm looking at the ordinance, I'm not seeing any reference to that section. Is this just, I'm trying to understand it, of how it's related to the ordinance change itself. Because when I'm reading this, this seems to be for Montecito. This 35.472.110 is a Montecito situation.
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, that is a typo, so we
Okay.
can fix that.
So the one section we're really looking at is 35-143, which is throughout the ordinance. And could you give me a quick synopsis of what that section is about, just so I understand what it is? I couldn't find it, but. Is it like something where they still have to go through some county organization regarding parking, or at least somebody's taking a look at it to see how it affects the neighborhoods?
Actually, Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, that's actually the section that sets forth the procedural requirements for a land use permit. It also includes things like the findings for a land use permit, noticing requirements, things of that sort. Basically, what you have to do in order to submit the application, what we evaluate it against in terms of the criteria, and then, the procedures for process.
Give notice to those who surround this proposed change. Okay.
Exactly.
Perfect.
By
Thank you.
cross-reference.
Okay. That was my only question.
Commissioner Idley.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. It is a lot of material, and I'm also popcorning through it. The issue I've always had is how our family daycare facilities are always focused on children, and I think that California has a really burgeoning senior population that needs daycare facilities. So I notice in the attachment, Exhibit 1 of Attachment C, that you actually have large family daycare home serving adults as a red-lined addition for some of these zone districts, right? Actually, for all of them. But I guess I didn't see that in your staff report, explaining that these ordinance changes were going to incorporate single-family zones or institutional places as locations where you could have adult daycare homes. Is that the intent of this, and did that come down from the state, or is that just our idea?
Commissioner Briley, through the chair. So what we did was, the standards are still the same, except for children. So serving adults remains the same as existing. All we did was just specify on the tables the distinction between serving adults and then serving children, because the state now exempts anything that's serving children, whether that's a small or large family daycare home. So what we did was we broke them apart, and so now in the definitions, it separates between serving adults and then
I get
serving
it.
children.
You just had the one line of large family daycare home.
Correct.
And that was interpreted to also provide daycare for adults?
It's always applied to daycare for adults. We just now exempted for children to comply with the state law changes.
Okay, interesting. Because a while back, I actually had a case, and I was told that it didn't apply to adult daycare. But it was a while ago, so never mind. All right, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any public comment on this matter? Mr. Villalobos?
No public comment either online or in person.
Commissioner Cuddy, I have one other question. I have one more question.
Commissioner Bradley?
Sorry, one more question. Can you review again the parking requirements for these daycare homes? I mean, and was this again sort of mandated by the state? One space per 10 children.
Commissioner,
Pardon me while I laugh at this, but I mean, anyone who's actually had daycare drop-off needs, this is pretty crazy. Is just to encourage it? I mean, is that the thing?
Commissioner Briley through the chair. So this would apply to daycare centers, not daycare homes, or which, to be specific, small or large family daycare homes that are now exempt by the state.
Okay. Makes me feel a little bit better, but, you know. All right. We're all supposed to be riding our bikes for the rest of our life, so it's okay. Sorry.
Commissioner Martinez?
I have one more, and I don't know if Commissioner Parker was addressing this, but adult daycare is this, what I have pictured in my mind, senior citizens or people who need help during the day, is this isn't like sober living or anything like that, is it?
Commissioner Martinez through the chair. So these ordinance amendments aren't related to any type of adult daycare, adult care centers, or anything of that. It's solely for children under 18. The small and large family daycare homes that serve adults is still regulated by the state, and our ordinance isn't changing anything related to those that serve adults. We just broke them apart because those would remain subject to a land use permit if they're serving adults. But now, with the state law changes, if it's serving children, those are now exempt. So on the use tables, we broke them apart, and we specified that if the large or small family daycare home is serving adults, it's going to be subject to a land use permit. And then those large family daycare homes serving children are now exempt. So we didn't change anything related to adult daycare.
Okay, because I was just reading it where it just says in compliance with Division 4, but I see where it's broken out, but it just says a daycare center where group care is provided for 15 or more adults may be allowed in compliance with Division 4, full stop. That's why I was asking the question. I didn't see if it was, there was any changes or why we're making that change, if it applies to sober living or things of that sort. But it doesn't, is what you're telling me. Okay, that's fine.
Obviously, it's a novel approach by Ms. Venegas just to tell us what we're changing, as opposed to going through the entire ordinance again. And we will catch up with you eventually. In the meantime, is there anything you want to add before we deliberate on this?
Chair Cooney, no, nothing else to add from staff.
Okay, then who would like to either discuss, deliberate, or make a motion to adopt staff's recommendation on page 1 of the staff report dated today?
Chair and Commission, so the motion's been revised if the motion maker wants to make the motion on this slide.
Oh, good.
Okay. Wait, I see Mr. Are you gonna
He's
go?
ready to vote.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Wait, did you second it? I was actually going to make the motion
No,
on
you
the
haven't
screen.
made the
Okay,
motion.
so
Chair and sorry, I'm cutting in. I'm excited. I've been here all day.
we need help. We need help. We're broken here. Go ahead.
So, Ms. Venegas she has both of the motions. There's 2 recommended actions, so they'll be on each slide. So if you want to use the slides, and she can toggle the slides. I think it's going to be slide 13 and 14. So when you're making whoever's making the motion can refer to those.
Okay, and so do you prefer that we read the whole thing into the record, or I can do that, or just say, I would hereby make a motion to approve the recommended actions as provided on slide 13 of our PowerPoint and 14.
I'll second.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Further discussion? I think this is all straightforward. We're kind of under the umbrella of the state legislature on a regular basis, and that's certainly the case with this. And I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but we will be in compliance by adopting these motions. So all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. No, no opposition or abstentions?
Oh, was there any public comment?
No, there was, I asked.
Okay.
There wasn't.
Okay.
You were busy reading the
I know,
ordinance.
that's right. I was reading my homework. Busted. It's okay.
Okay, we have a motion on item 2, David, 4-0. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Venegas, for helping us through that. And Mr. Clement, as always, glad to have you. All right, without hesitation, we will move to item 3. And Mr. Villalobos will read that into the record.
Thank you. The following is a hearing on the request of the County of Santa Barbara County Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt a general plan amendment, case number 22 GPA 4.
Ms. Carlson, great to have you.
Good afternoon, Chair Cooney and Commissioners. My name is Zoe Carlson, and I'm a senior planner in long-range planning, and I'm also the project manager for the Disadvantaged Unincorporated Communities, or DUC, update to the land use ordinance. So Senate Bill 244 was passed in 2011 and codified into Government Code Section 65302.10. And it sought to address critical infrastructure needs within low-income communities through identifying DUCs, analyzing infrastructure needs specifically related to water, wastewater, stormwater, and structural fire protection, and identifying funding mechanisms to meet these infrastructure needs. Planning and Development staff fulfilled this state mandate in 2015 and is now required to update this analysis prior to the update to the county's housing element. So what is a disadvantaged unincorporated community? Well, a community is where you have 10 or more dwellings adjacent or within close proximity to one another. And a disadvantaged community is a community where the median household income, or MHI, is $62,938 or less. And that number is 80% of the California MHI. In the case of the county, our disadvantaged unincorporated communities must also be legacy communities. And these are geographically isolated. They're not within the sphere of influence of any city. And they've been inhabited for at least 50 years. The 7 communities shown on this slide of Casmalia, Gary, Sisquoc, Los Alamos, New Cuyama, and Ventacopa were all identified by county staff and incorporated into the land use element as DUCs in 2015. We updated our analysis and found that these same 7 communities still meet the definition of DUCs, and we did not identify any new DUCs. The proposed updates to the land use element text do include updates to the descriptions of each of these DUCs, as well as a map for each one of them. Our updated analysis of infrastructure needs identified that 2 of the 7 DUCs still lack access to public water, and 5 of the DUCs continue to lack access to public sewer, as shown on the table in this slide. Structural fire protection continues to be a challenge for Cuyama, New Cuyama, and Ventucopa. The new fire station that was built in New Cuyama does improve response time, but it continues to house only 1 fire engine. We also found that none of these DUCs have stormwater drainage infrastructure currently. Our financing alternatives analysis found that 3 of the DUCs are within flood zone benefit assessment districts. However, these districts lack sufficient funding to support flood control improvement projects. We did find that grant funding is available to help address infrastructure deficiencies within DUCs, and the proposed text amendments include 9 current state or federal grant or loan opportunities that may be a good fit for infrastructure improvement projects. This DUC update to the land use element is a research and analysis-based update. It doesn't include any new policies, regulations, or projects, or otherwise authorize new development or uses of land. It's not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, according to Guidelines Section 15061B3, which exempts projects that have no possibility of significant effect on the environment. We have prepared a notice of exemption that's included as attachment B to the staff report. So this general plan amendment is a state-mandated update, and it is consistent with all applicable policies and development standards of the comprehensive plan, including community plans. And it's a research and analysis-based update that's limited to updating the disadvantaged unincorporated communities, updating their needs or deficiencies related to water, wastewater, stormwater, and structural fire protection. It doesn't have any new policies, development standards, or and it doesn't expand or otherwise change allowed uses or development of land. Any projects that would be identified as a result of this amendment would be subject to the applicable development standards at the time that project was proposed. So staff's recommendations are included on page 2 of the staff report and just summarized here. We do request that you refer back to staff for any appropriate findings for any action other than the recommended action. And like all general plan amendments, the next step will be bringing your recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. We are scheduled for the December 13th hearing so that we can complete it this fiscal year. And I can answer any questions you may have.
Very good job. Thank you, Ms. Carlson. We don't see enough of you, but I like the part where you said this is state mandated and emphasize state mandated update, and you gave us the update very well. And Mr. Bell, welcome. You slipped in after Ms. Carlson started. Anything to add from your point?
No thank you at this time.
Great. How about commissioner questions? Oh, Commissioner Park.
You're up first. Oh, that's kind of an accident, but I'll ask one anyway. I get what a DUC is and the analysis. I'm still not getting what's the amendment. I mean, what are...
Yeah, so we're just required to essentially redo the analysis before each housing element update to ensure that our land use element reflects the current disadvantaged unincorporated communities and the associated infrastructure needs or deficiencies. Chair Park, through the chair.
Okay, trivia question. Which one of these DUCs does not have a good place to eat? Come on, you should know this. Sisquoc. all the others have a great place to eat. Great bakery in Ventacopa. Cuyama has a taco place, New Cuyama, the Buckhorn, Los Alamos, Casmalia. Gary has a place you go hang out with the oil patch, but Sisquoc has the old Sisquoc store that somebody ought to partner with me so we go buy it and reopen it.
Okay.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah. Really interesting, but irrelevant.
I'm just showing my countywide loyalty.
Okay, Commissioner Briley, let's get your question.
This seemed important when I wrote it in my staff report as notes, but, so do all cities have to do the same thing? Because I always think of DUCs being located in urban areas that are under, served or whatever, but this is only the unincorporated county, right? You don't get to grab poor areas in the city of Santa Barbara, right?
Chair Bradley, Commissioner Bradley through the chair. Yes, so each jurisdiction, the cities are also required to comply with SB 244 prior to the update to their housing elements. But we're really just looking at those legacy disadvantaged unincorporated communities.
I love the term legacy in this context because legacy to me means legacy donors or naming rights at an institution. So that's another off the topic.
I can tell we're suffering the effects of an all-day meeting, and so we, in anticipation, canceled the next meeting so we can straighten out our attitude and move on with this project, which, while it seems simple as explained by Ms. Carlson, is a serious act, and we're recommending to the board adoption. If there are no more questions or comments, we can move to a motion. Commissioner Park.
Quick question. And some of you may recall that I've been asking for a while to have a workshop sometime about these unincorporated communities and how we serve them. And so this plays right into that, and I really appreciate that. One point that came up, I think Commissioner Briley brought it up when I last brought this up, is that many of these communities have community plans. And I'm, of course, familiar with San Ynez, and I know Los Alamos. Do any of the other communities that we've named here as DUCs, do they have community plans?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, no, none of them, aside from Los Alamos, do.
Yeah, thanks.
Did you want to continue with a motion there? It's on page 2.
So before we get to a motion.
Oh, yeah,
I just
public comment?
I just wanted to note that we don't have any public comment for this item.
We could have had. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos, for reminding me. Okay, we need a motion. Who wants to make it? Who hasn't made one? Commissioner Martinez.
I'll make the motion.
Yeah, good for you.
To adopt the
Commissioner
recommendation.
Martinez moves that we adopt staff's recommendation as set forth on page 2 of our staff report today. Do we have a second?
Yes, we do.
That's a second, okay? Any further discussion before we vote? Anything further from you, Ms. Carlson?
No, Chair, nothing further from staff. Thank you.
Trying to extend the time you're spending with us, but we will take action then. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 And none opposed, none abstaining, so we have a 4-0 vote in favor of this as well. And that item concludes our business for the day. Mr. Wilson, anything else we need to bring up or correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that is all the business that we have. And just a reminder, we will not be back together again until December 7th. And that will be in that'll be here in Santa Barbara.
It's a full month plus, right? Okay, well, I hope everyone has a nice Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And we'll look forward to celebrating in December. Meeting adjourned.